Did that scream? Daddy, did that just scream?
No, you lick ice cream.
Did that scream?
Not really, you lick ice cream.
Today will be like Friday for my eye. Or because I only go. It's good tomorrow.
Where you can they go?
Exeter. Maybe the last day where I go even go Cranbrook safe. Like I walk around time. Yeah, check.
They're free now. Free me now.
Check. Now.
So. Hi. Hi, Leila. How are you, Leila? Hi. I really. Guys, please let's drop our names. You know how we do it. Yeah, please. If you have any question, you wait for a while because we are giving a shout out. Oh, it's your birthday on Wednesday. Wow, that's good. Please let's go like. Yeah, please let's go like. You know how we do it. When you come in, you like. If you haven't subscribed, you subscribe. A big shout out to Leila. Leila was the first person here, so we give preference to her. A big shout out to Rahili. Rahili was the second. Happy birthday to you, Leila. Okay, don't worry. When that time come, I will sing for you. Okay, guys, let's go like and sub. A big shout out to Rayleigh. Officer, you're here again. Officer, what's your name? Officer who? Thank you so much. Thank you. Who they knock?
They're not you here.
Madam, not they go sleep. Thank you, Risho. You're welcome. Yeah, you love that. Yeah, that's good. Don't worry, I'll sing for you Wednesday. Wednesday is not far again. It's less than a week. Guys, let's go. Please, let's go like and sub.
Shiny open.
I have school though. Yeah, no worries. I'm always on live. If I won't be working, I don't think I'll be working on that day. So I'll be streaming 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and evening. So a big shout out to Officer. I've been watching you for 8 days. Clock it. A big shout out to Samiria. Thank you so much. Oh, that's good. You're intentional like that. Please, as we come in, can we go like, please? Let's like. I know all of us are subscribed, so I don't need to say subscribe. I know you all have. So please, let's go like. Let's take the like up to 5. Okay, by the way, I have to go, but I just thought I had to pop. And all right, Leila. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, you will stay. All right, Roadblock Queen. Thank you. I've been watching you for so long. Wow, really? Lemonade has been watching me for so super long. Thank you. All right, Leila. I get good skinny for. All right, okay, that's fine. Sorry, dear. You can call me Layla. A big shout out to Layla. I sub. Did you subscribe, Esther? Thank you, God. A big shout out to Esther. Yeah, no worries. Just go subscribe. You're a friend already, okay? A big shout out to Samaria. Yeah, you're a friend already. You comment on my videos. You're welcome. You're welcome.
See some way people on there.
A big shout out to Adeline.
So just take some completely out of it.
Are you? Okay. A big shout out to Leela. A big shout out to Mickey Way. Yeah, I'm back now. I was glitching. I'm back. A big shout out to Ellen. A big shout out to Mickey Way. A big shout out to Lara. Guys, if you're just joining, please let's go like and sub. Let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. And drop your names back to back on the comment section. A big shout out to Shala. A big shout out to Gagi. A big shout out to... You're loving my hair today. Thank you, darling. Tomorrow you might see me with another with another color. Thank you so much. A big shout out to WTF. A big shout out to Gabby. A big shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Casey. Shout out to Charlotte. Shout out to Hans. A big shout out to Mena. Shout out to Gabriel. A big shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Rayana. Shout out to Mena. A big shout out to Charlotte. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Let's go, 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 go. Yeah, Mena, I love you too. Thank you. A big shout out to Eva. Big shout out to Hello. Shout out to Suma. Shout out to Jamie. Shout out to Meme Rose. Shout out to Lila. A big shout out to Lamia Gabriel. A big shout out to Cam. A big shout out to Lola. A big shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Nehemiah. A big shout out to Emory. Guys, let's take the like up to 15, please. Can we take the like up to 15? And please don't forget to like and subscribe. Please, let's subscribe. A big shout out to Freya. Besties. My besties for life. A big shout out to Hala. Shout out to Lola. Shout out to Neela. A big shout out to I love you. You're so beautiful. Thank you so much. I was learning a dance. Really? Oh, you teach me how to dance. A big shout out to Freedom. You're free. A big shout out to Katie. Shout out to YY. Shout out to Marisha. A big shout out to Aria67. A big shout out to Luna Ray. Hi, darling. A big shout out to Freya. Shout out to Josie. Shout out to Rosanna. A big shout out to Luna Ray. Shout out to Joy. A big shout out to Adi. Please don't report me. Guys, let's take the like up to 20 and please let's like and subscribe. Thank you. I love you all. A big shout out to Andrew. Shout out to Joy. A big shout out to Adi. Shout out to Daniela. A big shout out to Hedy. Shout out to McKinley. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Talia. A big shout out to Mona. A big shout out to Upray. Let's go. Please, let's take the like up to 20. Mona, I love you, Mona. Let's take the like up to 20. Let's like and subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Araya. A big shout out to Olivia. Hi. A big shout out to Nore. Shout out to Aya. A big shout out to Krista. Menta Fetamin. That's massive name. A big shout out to Krista. I used to call it a name. I've forgotten. I'll remember later. A big shout out to Masin. A big shout out to Georgia. Shout out to Sadi. Shout out to Sabu. A big shout out to Silas. Oh, Silas. Sorry. Shout out to Vicky. Shout out to Natalie. A big shout out to Mia Grace. A big shout out to Laundry. Shout out to Natalie. Shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Navana. Shout out to Daniela. Clock it. A big shout out to Janissa. A big shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Emily. Shout out to Sinamoro. Shout out to Jania Will Washington. Clock it. A big shout out to Carly. A big shout out to Envy. Shout out to Ketley. Shout out to Mia. A big shout out to Alice. Shout out to Rose. Shout out to Penny. Shout out to Lara. Let's go. A big shout out to Diamond. Wow, pretty names. A big shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Katseye. Hi, Ava. A big shout out to Manon. Shout out to you, Chai. A big shout out to Sauce. Shout out to Catherine. A big shout out to Amelia. A big shout out to Aziz. Shout out to Sophie. Shout out to Kali and Zion. A big shout out to Sophie. Guys, let's go. Put down your names on the comment section back to back. I'll give you a shout out. Don't forget to take the like up to 20 and subscribe. Please, let's go. Your names on the comment section back to back. A big shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Spark. Wow. A big shout out to Janessa. A big shout out to Jamaria. Shout out to Reese. A big shout out to Megan. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Romansa. A big shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Aisha. Shout out to Asna. A big shout out to Olive. A big shout out to Livy. Shout out to Ayesna. Shout out to Aisha. Shout out to Julia. Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's take the like up to 30. If you have not liked, please let's go like. Like and subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Isobel. Shout out to Jaina. A big shout out to Mariana. Shout out to Olivia. A big shout out to Moonet. Oh, let's go. Shout out to Forest. A big shout out to Shahia. A big shout out to Megan. A big shout out to Elena. Clock it. A big shout out to Melanie. Menilyn Martez. A big shout out to Toby. Shout out to Sabrina. Sab. Shout out to Carly Rose. Shout out to Annelies. Shout out to Shaka. Shout out to Lassie. Hi. A big shout out to Shakira. Guys, let's go. 6, 7. A big shout out to Pam.
You make her the phone.
A big shout out to
Engagement.
A big shout out to Laundry. We left 6, 7. Yeah, we left 6, 7, 2025. Yeah, I thought so as well. But we just managed to say it sometimes. A big shout out to Madden. A big shout out to Keisha. A big shout out to Sophia. Guys, let's take the like up to 30. Let's go, 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 go. A big shout out to Mackenzie. Shout out to Camila. Shout out to Chloe. A big shout out to Billy. Shout out to Peog Mai. Wow. A big shout out to Billy. A big shout out to Laundry. Oh, Laundry. A big shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Perry. Shout out to Georgia. Movie. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Perry. Happy birthday to Shahika. A big shout out to Nick. Shout out to Brahili. Shout out to Marinette. Shout out to Max. A big shout out to Kimberly. Shout out to Zadame. Shout out to Max. Shout out to Nick. Shout out to Lila. A big shout out to Kelly. Shout out to Kehira. Shout out to Josh. I love you. Thank you, Mackenzie. Let's go. Back to back. Like and subscribe. A big shout out to Eliza. Shout out to Mano. Shout out to Akshaj. A big shout out to Luigi. A big shout out to Lu. A big shout out to Lila. Shout out to Paige. Let's go. A big shout out to Hennessy. I hope I got that. If I didn't get the pronunciation right, please, I'm sorry. Apologies for that. A big shout out to Winter. A big shout out to Diana. A big shout out to Manela. A big shout out to Happy. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Please, the like is just still stuck at 22. Can we take the like up, please, guys? Am I lagging? I think the lagging has been the issues on my life. If it's lagged like that, it drops so many viewers, which is not. Yeah. I'm so sorry if I'm lagging, but we still have to manage, okay? Thank you. I know I've said some names wrong. If you can tell me how to sound it, it's fine. But apologies, honestly. Honestly, sorry for that. Can we take the like up? And please, let's go subscribe. Yeah, let's subscribe. Let's subscribe. Thank you. Let's go drop your names back to back. A big shout out to Talia. A big shout out to Lila. A big shout out to Dante. Happy birthday to you, gorgeous. A big shout out to Talia. A big shout out to Ima. Shout out to Ahoo. Shout out to Scarlett. A big shout out to Karma. Shout out to Gemina. A big shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Kama. Shout out to Daria. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. A big shout out to Sadi. Shout out to Jemina. A big shout out to Samantha. Shout out to Oakley. Shout out to Suzanne. Shout out to Jessie. A big shout out to Kian. A big shout out to Susan. Hi. Clock it. Guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Margot. Shout out to Inara. A big shout out to Karina. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Jemina. A big shout out to Adi. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Ruthie. Wow. A big shout out to Kit Kat. A big shout out to Ruthie. Shout out to Appa. Shout out to Gabriella. A big shout out to Kat. Do you have a cat? Oh, love you too. Love you too. Big shout out to Yavora. A big shout out to Lorelli. A big shout out to McKenrell Park. A big shout out to God. A big shout out to Alema. Hi, Alema. A big shout out to Corel. Shout out to Maka Packers. Oh, you don't have a cat. Okay. No worries. A big shout out to Jemima. Thank you. Big shout out to Adrate. Subscribing right now. Let's go subscribe, guys, and let's like. Thank you so much. Yeah, a big shout out to Abby. A big shout out to Elena. If you don't mind, you're gorgeous. Oh, thank you so much. And your name is gorgeous as well, Elena. A big shout out to Lucinda. A big shout out to Lida. Shout out to Roslyn. A big shout out to Manny. A big shout out to Anaya. Shout out to Abigail. A big shout out to Camila. Let's go, guys. Let's go. A big shout out to Ella. A big shout out to Ruth. Shout out to Michael. A big shout out to Kiki. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Pusa. A big shout out to Michael. A big shout out to Abdullah. A big shout out to thank you so much. I'm grateful for everything. Okay. No worries, no worries. A big shout out to Leslie. A big shout out to Aliga. A big shout out to Beta. A big shout out to Ali. Thank you for the medals. A big shout out to Jemima. Guys, let's go like. Let's take the like up to 40. And please, let's subscribe. Can we take the like up to 40? Please, let's subscribe. Let's go. A big shout out to Willow. Shout out to Susie. Shout out to Eva. Let's go. A big shout out to Makapak. Oh, thank you, Elia. A big shout out to Susie. Shout out to Yavora. Shout out to Kalia. A big shout out to Thomas. Shout out to Alega. Shout out to Charlotte. A big shout out to Ella. Shout out to TJ. A big shout out to Heart. My content is way up there. Can you? A big shout out to Cadence. Let's go. A big shout out to your doggy Bo. Oh, lovely name. for your pretty doggy. A big shout out to Charlotte. A big shout out to Paulina. Shout out to Susie. A big shout out to Forrest. A big shout out to Raylan. A big shout out to Roots. Roots. No worries. Love you too, darling. No worries. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Jessica. Shout out to Cave. Shout out to Raylan. Shout out to Jessica. Shout out to Mars. Shout out to Laila. Shout out to Ruby. Let's go. A big shout out to Sophia. Guys, let's take the like up. It's like the like is stuck. Let's take the like up to 40, please. Guys, let's go. Please, let's take the like up to 40. And please, let's subscribe. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Olivia. Yeah, I need 3 amazing persons to take the like up to 40. And please, let's subscribe. Thank you, gorgeous. Thank you. A big shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Leila. A big shout out to, let me see. Okay. A big shout out to Not. A big shout out to Lahila. Shout out to Tikla. Tickle Rose. A big shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Adeline. A big shout out to Officer. Shout out to Gideon. A big shout out to Lena. Shout out to Ines. Shout out to Cappuccino Barellino. Shout out to Poetry. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to C. Sehina and Adi. Hi. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Abdullah. Shout out to Ashur. A big shout out to Gideon. Shout out to Aspen. A big shout out to Neva. Shout out to Poetry. Shout out to Zahidin. A big shout out to Aspen. Shout out to Abdullah. Shout out to Neva. You're welcome anytime. A big shout out to He's me. Shout out to Maya. Hi. A big shout out to Warren. Guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. Right, all the documents. You need to send the email. Okay, you say you don't do it. Sorry. Sorry. A big shout out to Maddie. We need to do on this evening because tomorrow. A big shout out to Hope. A big shout out to Wesley. Shout out to Amara. Shout out to Warren. Let's go, guys. Let's go like and subscribe. A big shout out to Maya. Ma. Hi, Ma. Shout out to Poetry. Let's go. A big shout out to Hope. Shout out to Sweep. Shout out to Ruby Ivy. Shout out to Emrin. Shout out to Rumesa. Shout out to Naomi. Shout out to Kiki Hair Lifestyle. That's me. Maya. Shout out to Naomi. A big shout out to Hannah. Already. A big shout out to Ali. Shout out to Valley. Lyrics. A big shout out to Warren. Shout out to Sama. Shout out to Waya. Shout out to Kylie. Let's go. Guys, drop your names. Let's take the like up and please let's subscribe. Let's take the like up and please let's go subscribe. Thank you. If you give me your phone now. A big shout out to Hope. A big shout out to Yavora. Shout out to Paradise. Shout out to Jada. Shout out to Yavora and Sima. Shout out to Afsat. Shout out to Briasha. A big shout out to Davina. You slay, girl. A big shout out to Nice Rose. You're welcome. A big shout out to Ella. Shout out to Vicky. Vicky. Shout out to Heaven. A big shout out to Leela. Shout out to Muhammad Khan. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Can we take the like up? And please let's subscribe. Thank you. I stream every day. So yeah, you subscribe, you put your name down back to back. I give you a shout out. So I go live every day. Thank you. Turn on your notification bell so you can catch up with me. A big shout out to Marcos. A big shout out to Destiny. Shout out to October. A big shout out to Erin. A big shout out to Simon. A big shout out to your mom. Shout out to Raphael. A big shout out to Ben. Shout out to Muhammad. A big shout out to Simon. A big shout out to Brihasha. Shout out to Abri. Shout out to Fanky. Shout out to Destiny. Shout out to Devary. Shout out to Emily. You're welcome. A big shout out to Alan. Shout out to Suzanne. A big shout out to Paige. A big shout out to Leo. Shout out to Johnny. Shout out to Nisren. Shout out to Brayley. Shout out to Ima. A big shout out to Island. Shout out to Kennedy. A big shout out to Exit. Shout out to Cora. A big shout out to Destiny. Shout out to Ali. A big shout out to Amelia. Shout out to Adi. A big shout out to Ethan. Shout out to Teddy. Happy birthday, Teddy. Clock it. A big shout out to Isla. Shout out to Olivia. A big shout out to Ezit. A big shout out to Aliyah. Shout out to Ashlyn. A big shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to Kati. Guys, let's go. A big shout out to Time. Let's go. The best that they get year 6 enemy presentation. I don't know whether Gerald will even do. A big shout out to Ashley. A big shout out to Laura. Shout out to Bakugo. A big shout out to Ali. Shout out to Kati. Shout out to Sihoha. Shout out to Sihoba. Shout out to Musa. Guys, let's go. Let's go like and sub. Let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Rick. A big shout out to Amber. Shout out to Alisa. No, I didn't remove you, did I? No. A big shout out to Coffee. A big shout out to Rose. Shout out to Isabella. Shout out to Emilia. A big shout out to Alexander. Shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Zaria. A big shout out to Steven. Guys, let's go take the like up to 60. Please, let's take the like up to 60. And let's subscribe back to back. Thank you so much. Clock it. A big shout out to Bella Bell. Shout out to Amaya. I just subbed. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. A big shout out to Maddie. Don't forget to tell your friends to come sub as well. Let's go. A big shout out to Astrid. A big shout out to Millie. A big shout out to Alexander. A big shout out to Joy. Hi, Joy. A big shout out to Awe. A big shout out to Stephanie. Shout out to Monica, Teddy, and Maria. A big shout out to Nazia. Shout out to Ailey. A big shout out to Mata. A big shout out to Bailey. Shout out to Cruz. Hello. Shout out to Moon. A big shout out to Joy. Shout out to Slay Diva. You slay. Pretty Queen and Kings. Shout out to Aurora. Shout out to Queen Dio. Shout out to Lenny. Shout out to Ali. Shout out to Ruby. Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's take the like up to 60. And please, let's subscribe. Thank you so much. I love you all. And drop your names, please. A big shout out to Sahura. Who wrote that? Anyways, clock it. A big shout out to Jasmine. A big shout out to Jongwang. Shout out to Olive. A big shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Jongwang. Shout out to Suno. A big shout out to Zari. What's my nickname? Kiki. A big shout out to Kaylee. A big shout out to Amelie. Shout out to Cough. A big shout out to Aubrey. A big shout out to Sophor. Guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Arihona. Shout out to Yanai. Shout out to Officer. A big shout out to Emily. Shout out to Risk. A big shout out to Alexi. Shout out to Dark Cow. A big... You slay. Gorgeous queen, you slay. Absolutely. Diva. A big shout out to Berlin. Shout out to Bam. Shout out to Oli. Shout out to Kara. Shout out to Fatih. Shout out to Emily. Life of Zozo. A big shout out to Bam. A big shout out to Amelia. A big shout out to Annie. Shout out to Brayley. Guys, let's take the like up to 65. Let's go. Let's take the like up to 65. And please, let's subscribe. Guys, let's like and subscribe. Thank you. Just 1 second, you are done. Thank you. Thank you so much. And drop your names, guys, on the comment section back to back. Let's go, go. Pull down your names, okay? I will call you. A big shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Maria. Shout out to Organize. Shout out to Daniel. A big shout out to Scarlett. Wonderful. Shout out to Lexi. A big shout out to Officer. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Brayley. Shout out to Zara. A big shout out to Cooper Time. A big shout out to Aurora. Shout out to Inara. Shout out to Jamie. A big shout out to Bam. A big shout out to Elizabeth. A big shout out to Rahegan. Shout out to Matilda. Matilda Montas Head. Wow. A big shout out to Alena. Shout out to Celestine. Shout out to Ohio. Let's go. Drop your names back to back. I'll give you a shout out. Don't forget to like and to sub. Drop your names, guys, on the comment section back to back. Let's go. Let's make it busy. And like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Let's go. Clock it. A big shout out to Organize. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Destiny. Shout out to Ivy. Shout out to Evie. Shout out to Happiness. A big shout out to Dahaliha. A big shout out to Evelyn. Shout out to Mina. A big shout out to Bam. Clock it. Shout out to Destiny. A big shout out to Aish Lee. Shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Davy. A big shout out to Abby. Shout out to Erica. A big shout out to Brady. Shout out to Brody. Shout out to Esmai. Let's go. Back to back. Drop your names. Don't forget to like. Let's take the like up to 80 and let's subscribe. Drop your names on the comment section. Back to back. Oh, a big shout out to Bam. A big shout out to Get Clipped FN. A big shout out to Georgia. A big shout out to Spencer. A big shout out to Cathy. Shout out to Fire. Let's go. A big shout out to Helam. A big shout out to Beta. A big shout out to November. A big shout out to Bella. I just saw that. A big shout out to Pain. Shout out to Teach. Shout out to Mai. Shout out to Soraya. A big shout out to Poppy. Shout out to David. Carey. A big shout out to We Write. Let's go. Please, let's go subscribe and let's like. Let's take the like up to 80, guys. Let's go back to back. Drop your names. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Leon. A big shout out to Zara. A big shout out to Evelyn. Shout out to Day. Shout out to Kate. A big shout out to Cadence. A big shout out to Swallow. Wow. A big shout out to Pay. Shout out to David. Shout out to Fazona. Thank you, Fazona, for subbing. A big shout out to Shoo Shoo. A big shout out to Niel. Shout out to You're Pretty. Thank you so much. You're pretty and gorgeous as well. Clock it. A big shout out to Melissa. A big shout out to Cave. Shout out to Ami. Shout out to Haley. Shout out to Lauren. A big shout out to Fatima. Shout out to Mary. A big shout out to Shrina. Oh my days. A big shout out to Sam V. A big shout out to Available. Let's go. Put your names on the comment section back to back. Let's take the like up to 90. Yeah, let's go. Let's like and subscribe. Drop your names. Let's go. A big shout out to Carrie. A big shout out to Letitia. A big shout out to Lucy. Shout out to Daisy. Shout out to Scarlett. Shout out to Dorrance. A big shout out to Toof. Shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Oma Mahmood. Let's go. A big shout out to Riva. Shout out to Alexi. A big shout out to Kali. Shout out to Natalie. You're so pretty, girl. Clock it. Thank you, gorgeous. A big shout out to Aisha. Shout out to Gordon. Let's go. A big shout out to Christmas. Shout out to Aubrey. Shout out to Carrie. So gorgeous names. Thank you. A big shout out to Alex. Shout out to Zainab. A big shout out to No. Shout out to Madison. A big shout out to Maddie. Shout out to Ivy. A big shout out to Isaac. Guys, let's go. Let's take the like up to 100. Please, let's like and subscribe back to back. Yeah, let's go like and subscribe. A big shout out to Tamara. Shout out to Ivy. A big shout out to Ligma. Shout out to Happiness. Let's go. A big shout out to Hadi. A big shout out to Ligma. Shout out to Cameron. A big shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Bradria. A big shout out to Tamara. A big shout out to Hadi. A big shout out to Vivi. Shout out to Miranda. A big shout out to Enian. Shout out to Jasper. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I love you too. Thank you. A big shout out to Ligma Bows. A big shout out to Christmas. A big shout out to Cameron. Shout out to Frankie. A big shout out to the military. A big shout out to Tamara. A big shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to Trigger. I'll use that later, not now. Yes. A big shout out to Zoe. Yeah, guys, let's go. Please, let's go like and subscribe. Let's like and subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Torgan. A big shout out to Fanny Flat. Shout out to Skanda. Let's go. Drop your names back to back, back to back, back. Let's go, guys. No delay, just your names back to back. Let's go. A big shout out to Grayson. A big shout out to Jake. Shout out to Bonnie. Big shout out to Link. A big shout out to Xander. Shout out to Bonnie. A big shout out to Aubrey. Shout out to Adi. Shout out to Lindra. Shout out to Kaylee. A big shout out to Mike Oxy Big. A big shout out to Destiny. Let's go back to back. Let's go like and subscribe. Drop your names on the comment section back to back. No delay. Big shout out to Nera. Shout out to Cameron. A big shout out to Ansley. Let's go. A big shout out to Julia. A big shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Amma. A big shout out to the military. Shout out to Zohal. Shout out to Bristol. A big shout out to Storm. Shout out to Ring Beats. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Ima. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Lakeline. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Savannah. A big shout out to Faith. Shout out to Cameron. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Guys, let's go like and sub and put your names on the comment section back to back. A big shout out to Storm. Shout out to Shingaraki. I got that. Yeah, I got that. Let's put our names on the comment section back to back. Let's go. Don't forget to like and subscribe back to back. A big shout out to Monument. A big shout out to John. A big shout out to Sherry. Shout out to Julia. A big shout out to Katie. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Deku. Shout out to Zasha. Shout out to Ania. Shout out to Extra Thanks. Thank you, darling. You just put your names on the comment section. Yeah, then you're good to go. Back to back, please. Don't just once. Don't type it once. Back to back. A big shout out to Elijah. A big shout out to Christmas. Shout out to Dan. A big shout out to Harsh. A big shout out to me. A big shout out to Dong. A big shout out to All Might. A big shout out to One. A big shout out to John Hernandez. A big shout out to Cameron. A big shout out to One. Let's go. Drop your names back to back. Don't forget to like. Let's take the like up to 120 and let's subscribe. Let's like and sub. Then put down your name back to back. A big shout out to Remy. A big shout out to Lexi. Shout out to Roman. Shout out to Abdullah. Shout out to Juan. A big shout out to Lexi. Shout out to Kali. Shout out to John Hernandez. Shout out to Yusel. A big shout out to Remy Slalala. Shout out to Peter. A big shout out to Storm. A big shout out to Louise. Shout out to Jenna. Shout out to Destiny. Shout out to Tuntu Sahura. Who wrote that? I just saw that. Never mind. A big shout out to Ignobu. A big shout out to Faithma. Shout out to One. Shout out to Alexandra. A big shout out to Malila. Shout out to Ash. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Ignobu. A big shout out to Hinad. Shout out to Dabby. A big shout out to Iyap. Shout out to Asma. I have a lot of names here. A big shout out to Violet. Don't be shocked. Don't be surprised. They are names. A big shout out to Shoo. A big shout out to Melania. A big shout out to Dina. Shout out to Ivy. A big shout out to Eva. A big shout out to Happiness. Guys, let's go like and sub. Please, let's go like and subscribe. Let's go back to back. Then drop your names. Let's go. A big shout out to Bankugo. Shout out to Idian. A big shout out to Lorenzo. Shout out to Kobe. A big shout out to Odas. Shout out to John. A big shout out to Melania. A big shout out to House. A big shout out to Show2. A big shout out to Godin. A big shout out to Amaji. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Hida. Let's go. A big shout out to Sema Horaj. A big shout out to Golden. A big shout out to Grace. Shout out to Easy. A big shout out to Alexandra. Shout out to Charlie. Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's go back to back. Let's like, let's subscribe. Then you put your names on the comment section. Back to back, non-stop. Okay. A big shout out to Owen. A big shout out to Lauren. Let's go. A big shout out to your mom. A big shout out to Jay. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to Happiness. Shout out to JK. A big shout out to Golden Brilliant. A big shout out to Delani. Shout out to Easy. A big shout out to Sage. Shout out to Happiness. Shout out to Amanda. A big shout out to Water. A big shout out to Pippa. Shout out to Giovanni. A big shout out to Bristol. Shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Gay. Shout out to Cece. A big shout out to Jeshia. Guys, let's take the like up to 140, please. And please, let's subscribe. Let's go quickly. Yeah, just 2 seconds. Please, let's like. Let's take the like up to 140 and let's subscribe. Just 2 seconds, we are done. You like and you sub. Then put your names on the comment section back to back. Back to back. A big shout out to Bankujo. A big shout out to Bowen. Shout out to Dylan. Shout out to Anna. Shout out to Kaden. A big shout out to Sage. Let's go. A big shout out to Penelope. A big shout out to Sagudi. Shout out to Water. Shout out to Dora. A big shout out to Holly. A big shout out to Melania. Shout out to Corty. Let's go. A big shout out to Evan. A big shout out to Rose. Shout out to Julie. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Katrina. A big shout out to Ali. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Cotilinda. Shout out to Ethiopia. Shout out to Mascots. A big shout out to Karina. Shout out to Prisha. A big shout out to Bob. Shout out to Kaylani. Let's go. A big shout out to Lilia. Shout out to Bob. Shout out to Landon. Let's go. A big shout out to others. A big shout out to Sharon. Shout out to Pipa. Shout out to Aiden. Shout out to Jet. Shout out to Lexi. A big shout out to Tengan. Shout out to Sophie. Shout out to Lucia. A big shout out to Kiora. Shout out to Kathleen. Shout out to Akeem. Guys, let's take the like up to 150 and please let's subscribe. Yeah, let's go. Let's take the like up to 150 and please let's go subscribe. Let's like and subscribe. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds, please. Then you come back to the comment section and put your names on there back to back. Back to back. Queue. Let's go. A big shout out to Brayley. A big shout out to Mariam. Shout out to Alex. A big shout out to Not. Shout out to Sophia. Hi, Sophia. Thank you. Shine bright like a star, like a soda. Let's go. A big shout out to Melania. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Maria. Shout out to Melania. I got that. A big shout out to Mariam. A big shout out to Essie. A big shout out to Tegan. Shout out to Essie. A big shout out to Awatika. I missed you. A big shout out to Not. Shout out to Delani. A big shout out to Raylene. Shout out to Evelyn. Let's go. A big shout out to Haley. Please let's like and subscribe and put your names on the comment section back to back. Let's go. Let your name keep coming back to back, guys. Let's drop our names on the comment section. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A big shout out to Angelica. Shout out to Not. Yeah, a big shout out to Emily. Shout out to Kathleen. A big shout out to Not. Shout out to your lovely brother Ashwin. Shout out to Justin. A big shout out to Juliana Toomey. God bless you, Sophia. A big shout out to Maria. A big shout out to Amber. Shout out to Bridget. Shout out to Caitlin. Shout out to Kingsley. A big shout out to Storm. A big shout out to T. Shout out to B. Shout out to Maybe. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Colin. I love your life. Thank you so much. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A big shout out to Lucia. Shout out to Jessica and Janisa. Shout out to Hallies. Where say the boys did they talk? A big shout out to Until. Shout out to Sydney. the Queen of France. A big shout out to Tevel. Let's go. A big shout out to Nadine. Shout out to BD. A big shout out to Alicia. Shout out to Niden. Guys, let's take the like up to 160. Just 2 seconds. Let's like and subscribe just for 2 seconds. Then we come back to the comments. Drop your names back to back. I give you a shout out. A big shout out to Manjoli. Let's go. A big shout out to Ayesha. Shout out to me. Shout out to Ayesha. Okay. A big shout out to Seeds. Let's go. A big shout out to Helan. Shout out to Nupu. You are the best. You are the best too. I'm fine. Guys, a big shout out to Leela. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Sham. Shout out to Ela. Shout out to Lily Martin. Shout out to Bailey. Shout out to Gracie. Shout out to Angeline. A big shout out to Blakely. Shout out to Walk. Guys, let's take the like up to 160. And please, let's go subscribe for 2 minutes. Did I say 2 minutes? 2 seconds. Sorry. A big shout out to Angeline. A big shout out to Walk. Shout out to Dart. Shout out to me. Let's go. Please drop your names on the comment section. Let's go. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Fifi. A big shout out to Ella. A big shout out to Tantom. Shout out to Brand. Shout out to Ezra. Shout out to Angeline. A big shout out to Rose. You are the best, Momo. A big shout out to Arabella Frugat. Shout out to Guyana. Oh, a big shout out to Onyx. Your school is so quick. A big shout out to Ari. Shout out to Liz. Shout out to Hannah. A big shout out to Tun Sahur. Who said that? Oh my days. Oh, a big shout out to Sup. What's up, girl? A big shout out to Hallie. Shout out to Leila and Isabella. Shout out to Lana. Let's go. Can we take the like up to 160? Let's go. 160. Let's take the like up. And please, let's subscribe. Just 2 seconds, we are done. Let's like and subscribe. Then you put your names on the comment section like this, like that, back to back. A big shout out to Evelyn. A big shout out to Stick Sally. Shout out to Me. Let's go. A big shout out to Liam. Shout out to Melly. Shout out to Small. Shout out to Addison. A big shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Angelina. A big shout out to Redicia. Shout out to Quincy. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Missy. Shout out to Denise. Shout out to Small. Shout out to Georgia. Shout out to Daniela. Shout out to Rad. A big shout out to Paulina. Is back. Welcome. A big shout out to Angel. Shout out to Radia. A big shout out to Claire. Shout out to Melly. Shout out to Penny. Penny's back. Shout out to Layla. Shout out to Appa. Shout out to Vivian. A big shout out to Inaya. A big shout out to Kiki. That's me. Shout out to Andrea. I love your channel. You're so nice. Thank you, Susanna. A big shout out to Andrea. Oh, a big shout out to Coco. Shout out to Collins. Big shout out to Madison. Shout out to Layla and Isabella. A big shout out to Willie. Shout out to Maria. Oh, you deleted it, okay. A big shout out to Maria. Shout out to Ari. Shout out to Melted. A big shout out to Arrive. Shout out to Cousin Winkle. I got that. I got it. A big shout out to Mark Kenzie. A big shout out to Queen. Guys, let's take the like up to 165, please. Let's take the like up to 165, and please let's subscribe, like and sub. Yeah, you just 2 seconds, you are done. Okay, just 2 seconds. Please let's go like. Please let's go subscribe. 2 seconds, you are done. Then let's go back to the comment section. Put your names on the comment section. Back to back. You are beautiful. You're gorgeous too, Mina. A big shout out to Hazel. Shout out to Tuhi. A big shout out to Anas. Shout out to Imasin. Shout out to Jamaica. Shout out to Aline. Shout out to Skylin. Shout out to Anas. Shout out to Denisa. Shout out to Vivienne. Shout out to Gaboy. A big shout out to Autumn in Jamaican. I'm Jamaican, okay? Nice to meet you. Please let's go like and subscribe. A big shout out to Penelope. Shout out to Ismi. Shout out to Angeli. Shout out to Melted. Shout out to Mariella. A big shout out to Jaden. Shout out to Melly. Thank you. Did my name so much. I love you too. No worries. Shout out to Immediately. Shout out to Francisca. A big shout out to Stella. Shout out to Anthony. I bet throw the other phone call for me, Laho. Where Kiki they use. A big shout out to Easy. Yeah, change the YouTube studio to my own account. A big shout out to Abby. A big shout out to Kara. Shout out to Jessica. A big shout out to Immediately. A big shout out to Ela. Shout out to Almond. A big shout out to Andrew. Shout out to Layla. A big shout out to Lassie. You're welcome. Guys. Ela. Okay, Ela. A big shout out to Lily. Thank you for correcting me on your name. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Damia. Shout out to Trinity. Shout out to Kaka. A big shout out to Ruby. Shout out to Sophia on the rug. Let's go. Guys, let's go. Please, let's like. Can we take the like up to 175, please? Please, 2 seconds. Let's like and sub. Thank you so much. Let's go. Just 2 seconds. Let's like and sub. Yeah, then you drop your names on the comment section. Bless you. Yeah, guys, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, a big shout out to Kama. A big shout out to Charlie. A big shout out to Hava. Shout out to Ivan. A big shout out to Charlie. A big shout out to children. Let's go. Drop your names. I give you a shout. A big shout out to Evans. A big shout out to Gunta. Shout out to Paisley and Nick. A big shout out to Hair. Shout out to Gunta. A big shout out to Burrow. Shout out to Rayleigh. A big shout out to Cappy Gamer. A big shout out to Kinley. Shout out to children. A big shout out to Ginomos. Let's go. Shout out to Sienna. A big shout out to Yuche. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Let's go back to back. Can we take the like up to 180? And please, let's subscribe. Just 2 seconds, you are done. You click on the like button and click on the subscribe button, and that's it. Okay, then come to the comment section and put down your names back to back, back to back. A big shout out to Chamode. A big shout out to Sienna. Shout out to children. A big shout out to Cappy Gamer. A big shout out to Lucy. Shout out to Darwin. A big shout out to Ginomos. Shout out to Evie. Let's go. A big shout out to Malani. Clock it. A big shout out to Izzy. Let's go. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Lexi. A big shout out to Alisa. Shout out to Kelly. Shout out to Sephoria and Denisa. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Levi. A big shout out to Hapa. Shout out to children. A big shout out to Canva. Shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Yara. Shout out to Lex V. Shout out to Hazel. Shout out to Kimba. Oh my days. Clock it. Please, let's go like and subscribe. Let's go, go, go. Please, can we take the like up to 180, please? And please, let's subscribe. A big shout out to Pipe. Let's go. A big shout out to Pipe. Big shout out to Lena. Big shout out to Saromenia Rosa Lomida. Powerful name. Yes, Diva. A big shout out to Baylor. Shout out to Neva. Shout out to Katie. A big shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Massa. A big shout out to Zahifa. A big shout out to Arohi. Shout out to Massa. Shout out to Adriana. Shout out to Hapa. Hapa say you are my favorite streamer. Thank you, bestie. A big shout out to Home. Shout out to Neela. A big shout out to Ashma. Shout out to Dennis. Shout out to Mali. Shout out to Stephanie. Stephanie. Shout out to Ashma. Okay, besties. Thank you so much, guys. Shout out to Hania. Shout out to Lowand. Clockets. Shout out to Labuta. A big shout out to Cause. Shout out to Neela. Shout out to Ada. Oh, sorry, darling. Let's go. Drop your names back to back. Back to back. Please, let's like and subscribe. Let's like and subscribe. Then drop your names on the comment section. Back to back, back to back, back to back, back to back. Back to back. A big shout out to Denisa. Shout out to Ashma. A big shout out to Nala. Shout out to Map. Shout out to Amira. A big shout out to Adria Kos House. Oh, you're sorry. You're sick. So sorry, Annette. Sorry, dear. Please take care of yourself, okay? I hope you get better soon. A big shout out to Neela. Shout out to Ruby. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Cave. Shout out to Adasa. Shout out to Massa. A big shout out to Cave. Shout out to Adasa. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Ruby Lived. Shout out to Amira. Shout out to Kati. Shout out to Anna. Shout out to Alena. Shout out to Ronnie. Shout out to Alas. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Juno. A big shout out to Isabella. Shout out to Cathy. Shout out to Era. A big shout out to Mora. Shout out to Ati. All right, go take medication. Sorry. A big shout out to Rosie. Shout out to Cathy. Shout out to Kata. Shout out to Anna. Shout out to Priestley. Guys, just keep dropping your names back to back. Can we take the like up to 190? Thank you. Yeah, let's take the like up to 190. Let's go. Back to back. Let's go. A big shout out to Beza. A big shout out to Huria. Shout out to Kata. A big shout out to Niha. Bye bye. Yeah. Clock it. A big shout out to Niha. I didn't get that. Hi, Onyx. Welcome. A big shout out to Cece. Shout out to Keira. A big shout out to Cece. Oh, you're a new subscriber. Thank you so much. Drop your name back to back. A big shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Leela. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Hella. Let's go. A big shout out to Bill. A big shout out to CC. Shout out to Sham. A big shout out to Hapa. A big shout out to Belcom. Shout out to Cece. Shout out to Elisa. A big shout out to Rosemary. A big shout out to Elisa. Shout out to On the Skin. Shout out to Samantha. Shout out to K-Flock. A big shout out to Amelia. A big shout out to Kiana. Shout out to Edna. Shout out to Beza. Please, let's take the like up to 190. Can we take the like up, please? And please, let's go subscribe. Let's like and subscribe. Just 2 seconds, you're done. 2 seconds to like and to subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Mary Rose. Shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Lola. A big shout out to On the Skin. Shout out to Savvy. Thank you for subbing. Thank you, darling. Please, let's go like and subscribe. Let's go back to back. A big shout out to Anisha. A big shout out to Kayla. Shout out to Madisi. You just pull out your tooth. Oh, bless you. A big shout out to Vera. I'm a huge fan. Oh, thank you so much, Vera. Clock it, darling. Clock it. A big shout out to Michelle. Shout out to Alan. Shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Hector. Thank you, guys. If you have subscribed, thank you so much. Please, let's take the like up to 200. And please, let's subscribe. Thank you. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Emily. Shout out to 1000. A big happy birthday to Georgie. More life and prosperity. Enjoy your day. A big shout out to Brooklyn. Shout out to Milan. Girl, you're beautiful. Thank you, Doma. You're gorgeous. Shout out to Jelly. Shout out to Pumpkin. A big shout out to Athena. Shout out to Jaina. A big shout out to Jaylene. A big shout out to Kaylin. Your heart is pretty. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Intoxication. A big shout out to Soma. Shout out to Margot. Shout out to Madisi. Guys, let's go like and subscribe back to back. Let's go. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. You're cute. Thank you. You're cute as well. A big shout out to Angela. Shout out to Inside. Shout out to Beckett. Oh, thank you for subbing. I love you guys. A big shout out to Taco. Shout out to Jaylene. A big shout out to Serenity. Guys, let's go like and sub. Guys, let's go. Let's go like and subscribe. Then drop your names back to back. You drop your names back to back, okay? Please, let's go like and sub. Thank you. Yeah, just give me, if you can just give me 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. I just want to get water, okay? Guys, 3 seconds, please. Yeah, let's start counting. Please don't forget to like and sub. Yeah, just wait for me. I'll be very quick. Yeah, I'll be quick, guys. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, thanks for waiting. Where is my chair? Yeah, I'm back, guys. So drop your names back to back. Let's go, 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 go. Back to back. Don't forget to like and to sub. Yeah, don't forget to like and to sub. Yeah, I love you all. Oh, Zoe is here. Okay. Please drop your names. Yeah. Let's go. A big shout out to Kavi. Shout out to Melody. Shout out to Rihanna. Shout out to Charles. Shout out to Lachlan. Shout out to Happy. Shout out to Kingston. Let's go. Please, let's take the like up to 210. Okay, we can say 215. Let's take the like up to 215. And please, let's subscribe. Then you drop your names, you know, back to back. Let's go. Like and sub. Like and sub. A big shout out to Emmy. Shout out to Particles. Shout out to Maha and Arem. A big shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Harriet. Let's go. I talk really good. Someone said I talk really good. Yeah, no worries. A big shout out to Manjori. Shout out to Evie. Shout out to Kathy. Shout out to Marina. A big shout out to Lorella. A big shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Lewis. Shout out to Madison. A big shout out to Jolly. Shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Olivia. A big shout out to Zayden. Clock it. Shout out to Eliana. Let's go. Thank you, so pretty. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's go, guys. A big shout out to Blake. Shout out to Kate. A big shout out to Pink. A big shout out to Victoria. Shout out to May. Steve. Shout out to Charlie. A big shout out to Soma. Shout out to Alena. Shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Sarina. Oh, thank you so much. A big shout out to Lewis. A big shout out to Marina. A big shout out to Cross Rose. A big shout out to Isabel. Shout out to Perisa. A big shout out to Charlie. Shout out to Eva. A big shout out to Kaylee. Hi, Kaylee. Kiana. A big shout out to Sabrina Mora. Can I draw you? Go on, go and draw me. Go on, go draw me. A big shout out to Abella. A big shout out to Zevia. Shout out to Kennedy. Shout out to Brianna. Shout out to Carrie. A big shout out to Maboha. Shout out to Elena. A big shout out to Ruby. Shout out to Anastasia. Guys, let's go like and subscribe back to back. Please, let's like and sub. Let's go, 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 go. Then come back to the comment section. Type your names quickly. Let's go. A big shout out to Murray. A big shout out to Edith YZ Jr. A big shout out to Kelvin. A big shout out to McKinley. A big shout out to Amira. Shout out to Mia. A big shout out to Kiki. Shout out to Amira. Shout out to Ayat. A big shout out to Azo. A big shout out to Caroline. Shout out to Zaylee. Thank you. A big shout out to Kina and Kaylee. I didn't get that very well. You can drop it again. Kiana. You slay. All my besties. Clockits. A big shout out to Isla. Shout out to Adi. A big shout out to Lola. A big shout out to Legend. A big shout out to Adi. Shout out to Elena. A big shout out to Tegan. Shout out to Ken. A big shout out to Ava. Shout out to Tegan. Shout out to Caroline. A big shout out to Freya. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Sunshine. Shout out to Bang Chan. Shout out to Six. A big shout out to Ivy. Shout out to Angel. A big shout out to, you're welcome, dear. You're welcome. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Scott. Shout out to Victorious. Shout out to Candy. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Let's go, 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 go. Guys, just 2 seconds. You click on like and you click on the sub button. Please, just 2 seconds, it's okay. Then come back to the comment section. Let's like and sub. Then you come back to the comment section, drop your names back to back, no stopping. Okay? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's like and sub. Let's like and sub. Let's go, 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 go. A big shout out to B. Let's go. A big shout out to Land. A big shout out to Tinkan. A big shout out to Victorious. Shout out to Mai. Oh, a big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Sunshine. A big shout out to who? Shout out to Maddie. A big shout out to Kingsley. Shout out to Boom You. Boom You. Let's go. A big shout out to Kingsley. Shout out to Amelia. Shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Yippee. Shout out to Brenda. Shout out to Tia again. Shout out to Noah. A big shout out to Lottie. Shout out to Ami. Shout out to Aurora. A big shout out to Jessica. Shout out to Joes. A big shout out to Kaylani. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Jackson. A big shout out to Andre. Shout out to Jocelyn. A big shout out to Young Jong. Shout out to Alicia. A big shout out to Magdalene. Shout out to Alicia. Shout out to Jenny. Shout out to Sissy. Shout out to Jenny. A big shout out to Lauren. A big shout out to Jenny. Shout out to Head. A big shout out to Sissy. Let's go. A big shout out to Frankie. A big shout out to Diana. A big shout out to Everly. A big shout out to June. Shout out to Adaline. Shout out to Aden. Shout out to Saria. A big shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to Heavenly. A big shout out to Haden. Shout out to Village. Shout out to Kawin. A big shout out to Felix. Let's go. A big shout out to Sheung Ming. Let's go. A big shout out to IN. Shout out to Sadi. A big shout out to Fihon. A big shout out to Ami. Shout out to Lara Raj. A big shout out to Essay. Let's go. A big shout out to Sadi. Guys, let's take the like up to 240 and please let us subscribe. Let's like 2 seconds. Click on like and subscribe. Click on like and subscribe. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Like and subscribe. 2 seconds. Then drop your names. Go on the comment section now. Guys, let's go on the comment section. After you have liked and subscribed, please go on the comment section. Then type your names. Type your names for shout out. Let's go. Let's do that really quick. Okay. Let's go. A big shout out to Zachary. A big shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Janely. Oh, a big shout out to Sammy. Thanks for subscribing. A big shout out to Chloe. Shout out to Villages. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Lila. Shout out to Ami. Shout out to Nora. Shout out to Lee. A big shout out to Selena. Let's go. A big shout out to Paula. Are you a big fan? A big shout out to Camryn. Nice to meet you. A big shout out to Adele. Shout out to Changbin. Shout out to Angel. A big shout out to Manik. Shout out to Paul. Shout out to Salena. Shout out to Cameron. Shout out to Leela. Shout out to Odu. A big shout out to Selena. Let's go. A big shout out to Paula. Shout out to Romin. Shout out to Nila. A big shout out to Opal. Yeah, guys, let's take the like up to 240. And please, let's go subscribe. 2 seconds. Let's like and sub. Just for 2 seconds. It's done. Can we go like and subscribe? Then you go to the comment section and drop your name back to back. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Like and sub. Go to the comment section. Drop your name back to back. Let's go. Let's go, guys. A big shout out to Gracie. Shout out to Mawa. A big shout out to Ado. Shout out to Karidabadi. A big shout out to Hayden. Shout out to Cassidy. Shout out to Ziad. A big shout out to Gloria. Shout out to Sky. Shout out to Karen. A big shout out to James. Shout out to Believe. Shout out to She. Shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to No. Shout out to Zihad. Shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Uriel. A big shout out to Asel. Shout out to Natasha. Shout out to Brooklyn. A big shout out to Aliza. Shout out to Judy. A big shout out to Elisa. In Philippines, Namaste. Alia. A big shout out to Devia. Oh, was it no, it's not Namaste. It was Mahakita. Mahakita Halia. A big shout out to Bristine. A big shout out to Ella, Joe, Josh, Oli, Theo, Sarah, Ariana, Leela, and Allah. A big shout out to Aria. A big shout out to Whoopin.
Hello.
A big shout out to Eliza. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Sandy. Shout out to Ellie.
Hello, how are you?
Shout out to Eliza. Shout out to Caleb. Shout out to Willow. A big shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Katrina. Let's go.
Okay, Mrs. Cat.
A big shout out to Elsa. Shout out to Afsat. A big shout out to Elsa. Shout out to Katarina. Shout out to Johnny. You love my heart.
You've had a
Thank
nice
you,
day.
darling. A big shout out to Alejandro.
So, what did you
Shout out
guys
to
do today?
Caitlin. Shout out to Fanel. Shout out to Zelda.
Okay.
Shout out to Karine.
What
Shout
are
out to
those less things that you did?
Cameron. A big shout out
So
to
you love you so
Design.
much.
Shout out to Johnny. A big shout out to
Uh,
Click.
It's
Click.
alright.
Shout out
But
to
you had a nice day.
Sima. Guys, let's go like and subscribe.
Okay.
Let's take the like up to 250.
Okay,
And
so
let's subscribe as
where
well.
did we stop?
Let's like and sub. Then come to this comment section. Drop your names back to back, back to
I
back,
don't know.
back to back.
I don't
Let's
know.
go.
So go back to your book.
Yeah, let's go, guys. A big shout out to Zanel. Shout out to Frankie. Shout out to No.
Yeah, I said today that we're going to start something fresh,
Shout out to
something new.
Jays.
You remember?
No.
Oh,
A big shout out
what you
to
said.
Nora.
Okay.
Shout out to Apa. Shout out to
Have I taught
Zihad. A big shout out
you
to
fractions?
Ima. Shout out to Hava.
That's literally what we're doing.
Shout
in
out to
school.
Nora.
Oh,
Let's go. A big shout out to Zihad.
Okay,
Shout out
so
to
let's look at fractions.
Aurelia. A big shout out to
What?
Ima. Shout out to Alia. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Ima.
What is it?
Shout out to Ellie.
Okay.
Shout out
This is where we're
to
going to start from.
Tokani.
You remember the book I sent to you?
Tokamini Lina. A big shout out to
I'm
Matilda.
going to look for it and send it
Shout out
to
to
you.
Savannah. Shout out to Jasmine.
It's
Shout out
not.
to Catherine.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, let's go. Let's go. Like and sub. 2 seconds. Let's like. Let's sub. Let's like. Let's sub. 2 seconds. We are done. Okay. Then go to the comment section and drop your names. Okay. Bye, Alia.
I don't know why he's not there.
A big shout out to Sophia.
I'm sending it to you again.
A big shout out to Ruth. Have an amazing day, Alia. Okay. Be good. A big shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Daisy. Mutana. A big shout out to
I sent it to
Zara.
you.
Shout out to Brady. Shout out to Clara. Shout out to
Go to
Vanessa.
section 3.
Shout out to Ruth. A big shout out to Emilia.
Okay, it's.
Shout out to Linda.
Whatever. Yeah, it's taking quite a
A
while.
big shout out to
load,
Ashton.
and I really have no idea why. Oh, yeah, it's.
A big shout out to Yo-Yo. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Amanda. Shout out to Jessica and Janissa.
Go to 3, section 3.1.
A big shout out to
equivalent
Brilliant. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to Amanda. A big shout out to Brooklyn. Shout out to Gabriel. Shout out to Tanvi. Shout out to Maria.
So are you there?
Shout out to this summer.
Okay, so
All right, Tolu. A big shout out to Tanvi.
this one
Shout
here
out
is
to
equivalent. So just listen,
Catherine.
okay? Just listen. And turn
Shout
on
out
the
to
camera.
Aubrey. Shout out to Karen. A big shout out to Natalia. A big shout out to Ava. Shout out to Mona.
I'm not teaching the cards, I'm teaching Funaya.
Shout out to Catherine. Shout out to this summer. Shout out to Speed.
Can't wait.
A big shout out to Skibby D.
I'm sure maybe the next
Sleazer.
I'm going to call your mom.
A
That
big shout out
Funaya is
to
not listening in class, so-
Trinity. You are the first. I am the first to say your name. Yeah.
Okay, so
That makes me
now,
number one.
what are
I will always say your name, okay? A big shout out
fractions?
to Bray. A big
Do you
shout out
know
to
what fraction is?
Aria. Shout out to Bria. Shout out
So
to
what is fraction?
Onta. Shout out to Lynette. Shout out to Danica. A big shout out to Blair. Shout out to Daniela. Shout out to Aria. Shout out to Onta. Shout out to
Just simply say fraction is part.
Yes, I want to
of
say
a
your
whole.
daughter name. Put her name down.
Okay. It's
Back to
the
back, back
part
to
of a
back,
whole.
back to back. A big shout out to
Alright.
Codlin.
That's what I meant.
Shout out to Aya.
Now,
Shout
if
out
they say
to
equivalent fraction.
Cody.
Why do you
Codlin.
understand what
Shout
equivalent
out to
fractions
Julie.
Equivalent
A
fractions
big shout out to
are,
Tinsley.
first, they are equal.
Shout out to Broke.
Okay.
Shout out to
But they don't look the
Zihera.
same.
Shout out
But they are
to
the same.
Amy. A big shout out to Vivian.
Okay, for instance,
Shout out to
1/2 is
Xavier.
a fraction.
Shout out
right?
to Jaden.
Right.
2/4 is also a fraction.
Yes. A big shout out to Aden
But 1/2
Roop.
and
Shout out to
2/4, they are the
Leila. Shout out to
But they don't look the same.
Kataleya.
They don't.
Shout out to Jacket.
So in that case,
Shout
you
out
say
to
they are equivalent
Nora.
fractions.
A big shout out to Copper.
Okay.
A big shout out to
So you say they are equivalent
Grace.
fractions. So I'm
A
going
big
to
shout out
just
to Lara.
explain
Shout out to
how
Jaka.
to make two
Shout out
fractions
to
equivalent fractions. I can just
Zihad.
explain that to you, then you pick it up from there. Alright?
Shout out to Denmark. Anyone?
Okay.
A big shout out to Tia.
Okay.
Xavier. Guys, please let's take the like up to to 260, please, and let's subscribe. Just 2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds. Just click on
Okay,
like,
so-
click on sub, click on like, click on sub, and that's it. Then go back to the
Now
comment
we
section.
have 2 fractions.
Then you put your name back to back,
Let me flip
back
the
to back,
camera.
back to back, back to back. A big shout out to Dania. Shout out to Salma. Shout out to Donia. Shout out to Krita. Shout out to Jama. Shout out to Paige. Shout out to Marisa. Shout out to Eileen. Shout out to Marisa. Shout out to Anna. A big shout out to Ward.
Okay.
Shout out
so
to Evie.
let's say you have
Shout out to Sarah.
1
Shout out to
over
Amelia. Shout out to Christ.
They said
Shout out to
equals
Crystal.
3 over.
Crystal.
Let's
Shout out
say
to
8.
Evelyn. Shout out to Chloe.
Okay. And they tell you that they are equivalent.
A
It
big shout out
means they
to
are equal.
Hannah.
Okay.
Shout out to
So
Bradley.
if this is 1/2,
Shout out to Chloe.
this one is going to be 3 over
Shout out
what?
to Nice.
3 over 9.
Yeah.
3 over 9.
Shout out to Chloe.
It's 3 over 9, the same thing as 1/2.
Shout out to
No.
Karina.
So what's the right answer?
The right answer is.
Shout out to
2
Kiki.
It's not
Guys,
2/4.
let's take the
See, it
like
started
up
with
to
3.
260.
3 over what?
Let's take the like up to
3 over
to
4.
two to
It's 3
260.
over 4, the same thing as
Yeah,
1/2.
thank you so much for spamming. Yeah, I can see that.
Are
And
you
let's
sure?
subscribe. Yeah, let's go like
3
and let's go subscribe.
over
2
4.
seconds is done.
Can
When you
3
finish,
divide 4?
yeah, when you finish clicking the button, come on the comment section and
So
drop
what
your
do you think
names.
is the answer?
When you are finished with that, go on the comment section, drop your names for a shout out.
Can't divide.
Let's go,
So
let's
what
go,
can 3
let's go.
divide to give you 6?
Let's go, guys, let's go. Yeah, a big shout out to Esley. A big shout out to Rose Bella. Shout out to Unity. Shout out to a big shout out to Demi. Shout out to Unity. A big shout out to Brain. Shout out to Mind. Shout out to Victor. Shout out to
What
Mind.
can you divide 3 by to give you?
Shout out to RJ, your lovely brother.
You should divide 3 by.
Shout out to Audrey. A big shout out to Jade.
You can divide 3 by.
A big shout out to Nico. Shout out to Florence. A big shout out to Zadie. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Let's go. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Let's go like and sub. Just for 2 seconds, then come to the comment section and drop your names back to back. I'm here to catch you.
Naya, what can you divide 3 by?
A big shout out
To
to
give you
Adi. Shout out to Milan.
It's a very simple question.
Let's
Simple
go.
question.
You can divide 3 by.
Let's go.
Don't touch anything on your
A big shout out to
again.
A big shout out to Zadignates. A big shout out to Johnny. Shout out to Hapa. Shout out to Eslin. Hope so not they disturb her. Let's go. A big shout out to Kobe. Let's go. A big shout out to Branson. Shout out to Zidane. A big shout out to Alex.
Table anymore.
Shout out to Appa.
Tell me, give me your multiplication table.
What?
Recite your 3 times table.
Okay, 3 times 1 is 3.
A big shout out to Jazzy.
3 times 3 is 9.
A big shout out to Carlos. Shout out to Jassy. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Tally. Shout out to Belong. A big shout out to Measures. A big shout out to Oli. Shout out to Lanaya W2. Shout out to Mira. A big shout out to Alice. A big shout out to Liam. Shout out to Cadays. Guys, let's take the like up to
So now the question is
260.
what can you multiply?
And please let's subscribe.
What can you multiply by?
I love
3.
you too, pretty girl Naya.
Or what can you divide 3 by to give you 2?
Did you sub?
What can you
Did you subscribe?
Oh, you can do 3 times 2.
Let's go.
So the answer is what?
3 times 2.
A big shout out to Daniel.
6. What can you
Shout out
divide
to
3 by
Carlos.
to give you 6?
Shout out
to give
to-
you 2. It is 6. So you
I thought you just.
Okay, shout out
So
to
you
Carlos.
1 over 2 equals 3.
Shout out to Ruby
over
Star
6.
Garcia.
I thought you meant only division. That's why.
So what did you do? You see?
Huh?
Look
Yeah,
at
shout
this.
out to
Look at
Noah.
another way to do it.
Shout out to
You say
Golana,
What
Leila,
did you do to make
Vivian.
This is 1 over 2.
Shout out to Angelica.
What did
Shout
you
out
do
to
to make this 3?
Marcin.
You
Shout out to
multiply this
Jolita.
1 by 3.
Shout out
1
to
times 3 is
Holly.
3.
Hi. Shout out to Betty.
So that same 3, you use it to multiply
Shout out to
2 times
Elana.
3.
Shout out
6.
to
That is
Uncle.
why this place is
Shout out
6.
to Millie. Clock
I'll give you
it.
another example.
A big shout out to
12
Camilla.
over 30
Camilla, you're back.
equals
Nice to see
4
you.
over
A big shout out
something. Let's say
to
B. The question is, what is B?
Zihad.
Okay?
Thank you for subbing.
Okay.
I
Now,
love
what do you
you.
do?
A big
You
shout out
see
to
that this place is
Angelica. Shout out to Hellis.
And this place is 4.
Shout out
So what are you going
to
to multiply 4 by? To give you
Eve. Shout out to Ali.
12? Or before the
Shout out to
what are you going to divide
Fossey.
12 by?
Shout out
to
to
give you 4? What are you going to divide
Eva.
using dividing 12
Shout out
to
to
give you 4?
Eve. A big shout out to
So when you divide
Ramana.
12 by 3,
A big shout out
So
to
that means you should
Eva.
you say
Oh my
divided
God,
by
girl, you are absolutely stunning.
to give you 4. So you also
You're
go to
stunning as well.
divide this
Thank you
one
so
by
much. Thank
3
you. A big shout out
to
to
give you becomes
Shout out to
B
Alima.
becomes 10.
A big shout out to Weapons. A big shout out to
I'll give you another
Adrian.
example.
You're stunning,
Okay.
gorgeous. Thank you. You're stunning as well.
Okay.
I'll give you another example.
A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Alima.
We have
a big shout out to
D
Amy.
over
Shout out to Nob.
14
A big shout out to Casilisa.
equals 9 over 40.
Vasilisa. I beg
42.
your pardon. Sorry.
So what are you going to do?
Sorry about that.
You see, you are looking for D. It's okay.
A big shout
What
out
are
to
you going to
Alima. Shout out to
42 back
Foxy.
to give you
Shout out to
14?
Weapon.
Huh?
Shout out to Jolly.
It is going to be.
Shout out to Foxy. Shout out to
What do you think it's going
Wilma. A big shout out to Donkey.
If you divide this by 3,
A big shout out to Wilma.
divided by 3,
A big
right?
shout out to Aliyah.
So divide
Shout
by
out
3
to
gives us
Ali.
14.
Shout out
You're
to
also going to divide
Autumn.
this by 3.
Shout out to mothers.
So
Shout out
now
to
divide by
my.
Yeah.
You understand
Guys,
it now?
let's go like and subscribe.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So go to exercise 1.
Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's go like
Try
and
to solve
sub.
it. Exercise 1, question 1.
Let's go.
Solve only question 1 first.
Just 2 seconds is okay.
Okay. If Funaya,
Okay.
Click on
Stop
the like
touching your
button.
screen.
Click on the
Click it
sub
back to
button.
your
Then
face.
you come on the comment section to drop your names for
It's
shout
not your
out.
bad. You are doing it
Let's
intentionally.
go. A big shout out to Ibtin Sam. Shout out to Hama. Shout out to Yulia. Shout out to Ama. Shout out to Usme. Shout out to Lu. Yulia. Shout out to Jan Lee. Shout out to Tunisha. Shout out to Ima. A big shout out to Angelica. Shout out to Ibstisam. Shout out to Donkey. Shout out to Marcy Mayfield. Shout out to Jaylee. Shout out to Naomi. A big shout out to Nora. Shout out to Olivia. A big shout out to Faith. Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's go like and sub. Then you come to the comment section to drop your names for shout out. Let's go back to back. Let's go back to back. Let's go like and sub. Then you go to the comment section. Drop it. Drop. Back to back. Let's go. A big shout out to Finn. Shout out to Connor. A big shout out to... Thank you for liking and for subscribing. I love you all. A big shout out to Allah. Shout out to Ken Lee. Shout out to Kali. Shout out to Bonin. A big shout out to Miss. Yeah. Shout out to Charlie. Shout out to Bonnie. Shout out to Donkey. A big shout out to Aliyah Dozia. Shout out to Occasion Martin. A big shout out to Ima. Shout out to Mackenzie. Shout out to Chelly. Shout out to Sarah. A big shout out to Penelope. A big shout out to Chase. A big shout out to Sierra. Guys, please let's take the like up to 270. I need 3 amazing person to take the like up and to subscribe. Let's go. Just 2 seconds, please.
I did 10 divided by 5 and 10 divided by 5 equals 5. And after
2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds.
1 times 5.
Let's go subscribe 2 seconds.
5. So
Okay.
the answer that I got for A was 5.
A5. Not quite.
A
Try
big shout
again.
out to Hala. Shout out to
Again,
Alone.
almost there, but not quite.
A big shout out to Melvin. Shout out to Autumn. Shout out to Jordan. A big shout out to Arohi. Let's go. A big shout out to Ethan. Shout out to Isabella. A big shout out to Alan. Shout out to Acacia. Guys, let's take the like up and let's subscribe. Please let's like and sub. Then you drop your names on the comment section. I give you a shout out back to back. Let's go, guys. Please let us like and subscribe. 2 seconds. Let's go. Guys, let's go. 2 seconds. Let's like and sub. Thank you. Okay. Please drop your names on the comment section back to back. Okay. Let's go. I'll give you a shout out. Let's go. Let's go. Back to back. A big shout out to yeah. Shout out to Alone. Shout out to Acacia. Shout out to Mochi. Shout out to Katie. Shout out to Mary. A big shout out to Jaylee. Shout out to Appa. A big shout out to Dakola. Shout out to Alone. Shout out to Dakoda. A big shout out to Name. Shout out to Mario. A big shout out to Mira. Shout out to Alone. A big shout out to Same. A big shout out to your lovely sister Faith. A big shout out to Jacob. Shout out to Jane Lee. Shout out to Melissa. A big shout out to Jacob. You're welcome. You're welcome. I will help. Okay, you help for what? Let's go.
Okay, what did you do? Explain.
Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Yeah, a big shout out to Father, a big shout out to Name, shout out to Tom, a big shout out to Kaylee. Let's go. Guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, let's go like and subscribe. Please. Please let's go like and sub.
Yes.
Then you put your names on the comment section for shout outs back to back. Don't forget. Let's go.
And 10 divided by 5 equals 5.
Is 10 divided by 5, 5?
Let's go.
I mean, wait.
Let's go. A big shout out to Brayley.
No, I didn't.
Shout out to Brayley.
My bad.
Remove that thing from the screen.
A big shout out to Brain. Shout out to Fathers.
So go through.
A big shout out to Chizita.
Explain
A
again.
big shout out to Mia.
Go through it again now that you know that 10 divided by 5 is not 5.
Let's go. A big shout out to Rayleigh. Thank you. You're welcome. A big shout out to Elise. Let's go. Big shout out to guys. Let's go. A big shout out to Chris. Shout out to Love. A big shout out to Jalene. Shout out to Fatima. A big shout out to Elise. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Brayley. A big shout out to Judge. Shout out to Dream. Shout out to Jasper. Bye, darling. A big shout out to Emiha. Shout out to Emily. Shout out to Corinne. A big shout out to Angela. Shout out to Sophia. A big shout out to Dream. A big shout out to STDG. A big shout out to Solate. Shout out to Renia. Shout out to Becca. Shout out to Datrios.
Okay, what?
Shout out to
What did you get?
Renia. A big shout out to Festiva. A big shout out to Julie.
Okay.
Phil. Felvin.
Yes, it's correct.
Shout out to Adi.
So make
A
sure
big
you do
shout out
the
to
divisions very well.
Madi.
Okay.
A big shout out to
So continue with the others.
Method. A big shout out to David. Shout out to Fathers. A big shout out to David. Shout out to Emia. Guys, let's go live. So, thank you so much. Let's go. Yeah, guys, let's just use 2 seconds to like and subscribe. Then you put your names on the comment section back to back. Let's go. Yeah, 2 seconds, then we carry on. Yeah, let's like and subscribe. 2 seconds, then we carry on. Yeah, let's take the like up to 285. I just need 5 amazing person that will take the like up to 285 and subscribe. Okay, let's go. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Then drop your names on the comment section back to back. A big shout out to Dion. Shout out to Phoenix. Yeah, shout out to Rayleigh. A big shout out to Maria. Thank you. You're welcome. A big shout out to Maria. Shout out to Rayleigh. A big shout out to Mangi. Yeah, guys, let's go. Let's go like and sub. You're pretty. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Travel. Thank you. A big shout out to Perry. A big shout out to She. Shout out to Guyana. Oh, thank you, gorgeous. A big shout out to Teshona. Hey? What did you see? I love your channel. Thank you so much, really. A big shout out to Travel. Thank you, Phoenix. Please, let's go like and subscribe. Yeah, let's go like and subscribe. And don't forget to drop your names for shout outs. Very, very important. Very necessary. Big shout out to Zoe. Shout out to Ihan Honk. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Travel. A big shout out to Alex. Shout out to Cargo. Shout out to Isla. A big shout out to Ava. Shout out to Neva. A big shout out to Matt. Shout out to Quehan. Shout out to Pretty K Girls. A big shout out to Paris. Shout out to Sarah. A big shout out to your bestie, Daisy. A big shout out to Joyful. Let's go, guys. Let's go like and sub. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Saint Loa. Shout out to J Well. A big shout out to Soma. Thank you. You're so sweet and cute. Thank you so much, gorgeous. A big shout out to Etanata. Shout out to Tatiana. Shout out to Morgan. Shout out to Rayleigh. Shout out to Tatiana. Shout out to Abigail. Guys, let's take the like up to 90. And let's like and subscribe. Please let us like and subscribe. Yeah, please, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Then you put your names on the comment section for lovely shout outs. Yeah, back to back, please. Don't just write it once. When you've, yeah, just put your name on the comment section as often as you can. A big shout out to Dan Da Faith. Shout out to Break. A big shout out to your brother Arisin. Shout out to Bree. Shout out to Dan Da Faith. Shout out to Dia. Shout out to Ebony. A big shout out to Julia. A big shout out to Annalise. Shout out to Rayleigh. Happy birthday to Neva. Shout out to Maria. A big shout out to Nathan. Shout out to Ebony. Guys, let's go like and sub. A big shout out to Ibrahim. Shout out to Trinity. Shout out to Kiera. Thank you, Autumn. Thank you. Shout out to Zaya. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to your lovely sister Kai. Shout out to Annalise Lynn Santa. I see you, Autumn. Shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Emily. Shout out to Neva. They own that thing down. Waiting at the extract. Right. They own that extractor down. A big shout out to Addison. Guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. Oops. Yeah, can we go like and sub? Let's go just for 5 seconds. Yeah, I'm waiting just for 5 seconds. Let's like and subscribe. Then you put your names on the comment section for shout outs. Okay. A big shout out to Mia. My auntie Kiki. Oh my days. My darling, how are you? A big shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Nali, Lynn, Santa. Shout out to Adam. Shout out to Kinley. Oh my God, I love the outfit. Thank you, gorgeous. A big shout out to Trish Lee. Guys, let's go like and sub. Then you drop your names. A big shout out to Kali. Please, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you. I love you. You're so nice. Thank you so much. Love you too. I was watching your live yesterday. Please shout out. A big shout out to Aiden. Hi, Aiden. Shout out to Alexa. Shout out to Lexi. Shout out to Geraldine. A big shout out to Lexi. Shout out to Officer. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Sherry. A big shout out to Ima. Shout out to Elalice Lynn Santo. No, Santa. A big shout out to Roma. A big shout out to Ima. Shout out to Sarah. A big shout out to Skylar. A big shout out to Naomi. Shout out to La Kendra. Shout out to Arush. A big shout out to your mommy, Stacy. Shout out to Maria. Shout out to Nugi. Shout out to Annalise Lynn Santos. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. I love you. You love me. We are happy family. With a great big organic kiss from me to you. Want to say you love me too. I know. Guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, let's do it back to back. Clock it. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Yeah, if we have done that, please let us drop our names on the comment section back to back. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, God bless you too. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Rumi. Please, if you are new, please let's go like and sub. And please drop your names. Thank you. Yeah, let's go. God bless you too, Autumn. Thank you so very much. I love you guys. Okay. Before, so I won't be looking up that much. So guys, if you're just joining, please let's go like and sub and pull down your names on the comment section like this. Back to back. Back to back. I'll give you a shout out, okay? Yeah. Don't forget to like and subscribe. 2 seconds. 2 seconds to do that. 2 seconds. Let's go. No, not be nah. Nah, this thing. Nah, person life nah, nah, they watch. Guys, drop your names back to. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Guys, let's go, let's go. Yeah, a big shout out to Jojo. A big shout out to Mawa. A big shout out to Letty. A big shout out to Aris. A big shout out to Mawa. Shout out to Fiona. A big shout out to Brother Noah. A big shout out to Letty. A big shout out to Ben. Shout out to Phoebe. Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A big shout out to Halia. A big shout out to Morgan. Shout out to Alani. Shout out to Olivia. A big shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Sister Lee. Shout out to Violet. A big shout out to Savannah. A big shout out to Princess. Shout out to Christine. Shout out to Tantiana. A big shout out to Alexa. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to Duduzia. A big shout out to Liba, Nelly, Amana, Dina, Rebecca, and Lakina. A big shout out to Addisina. A big shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Adi. A big shout out to Ima. Shout out to Connie. Shout out to Alexia. Shout out to Lorelli. A big shout out to Neftali. Shout out to Easy. Shout out to Emily. Shout out to Jake. Shout out to Isa. A big shout out to Madison. A big shout out to Annie. Shout out to Isabella. Shout out to Jake. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Chesney. A big shout out to Neva. Shout out to Annie. Let's go. Shout out to Kara. A big shout out to Dolly Watson. Shout out to you, Che. Shout out to Adri. Guys, yeah, let's go like and subscribe. Can we take the like up to 10? And please let's subscribe. Just 2 seconds. We can do that 2 seconds. Then drop your names on the comment section back to back. back to back, back to back. Drop your names. 2 seconds, like and subscribe. Then you put your name on the comment section, back to back, okay? Don't just type it for once. You type it as a multiple times so that I can see it, okay? A big shower too. So let's go back. If you have like and sub, let's go back to the comment section so I can give you a shout out. Let's go. I'm with my phone here, so I have your names here already. So a big shout out to Adriel. A big shout out to Natalie. A big shout out to Madili. Shout out to Scarlett. A big shout out to Kennedy. Shout out to Dolly Watson. A big shout out to Coco. Shout out to Summer. Shout out to Emily. A big shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Kara. Shout out to Juliana. A big shout out to Harvey. A big shout out to Gray. A big shout out to Moses Smith. Shout out to Faith. A big shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Dana. Shout out to Avi. A big shout out to Link. Shout out to Kara. A big shout out to Dana. Shout out to Hadi. Guys, let's go like and sub quickly. Let's quickly go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A big shout out to Rama. A big shout out to Arrow. A big shout out to Olivia. Shout out to McKinley. Shout out to Mary Han. Shout out to Adeline. Let's go. Drop your names on the comment section back to back. A big shout out to Asha. Shout out to Sadi. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go on the chat. Let's go on the chat. Drop your names back to back. A big shout out to Apahi. A big shout out to Sadi. Shout out to Amelia. Shout out to Nila. Shout out to Lilian. Shout out to Rowan. A big shout out to Holly. A big shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Camila. Clock it. Best days for life. Let's go. Please, a big shout out to Molly. A big shout out to Ayu. Shout out to Abri. Shout out to Leo. Shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Valentina. Clock it. A big shout out to Ali. A big shout out to Rowan. Guys, let's go. A big shout out to Kali. A big shout out to Mr. Me. Mia. Guys, if you're just... Eh? Guys, if you're just joining, please let us like and subscribe back to back. Let's go. Yeah, guys, let's like and sub. Let's like and sub. Let's like and sub. You like just 2 seconds. You have liked and you sub. 2 seconds, then go back to the comment section. After 2 seconds, you have like and sub. Then go back to the comment section. Drop your names back to back. I give you a shout out. Back to back. Back to back. Back to back. Let's go. Let's go. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Let the comment section start moving now. A big shout out to Valentina. Shout out to Ali. Let's go. A big shout out to Hannah. A big shout out to Rahey. Shout out to Rowan. A big shout out to Ali. A big shout out to Anna. Shout out to Edie. A big shout out to Mr. Me. Let's go, let's go, let's go. A big shout out to Chrissy. Shout out to Juliana. Shout out to Kenga. A big shout out to Kali. A big shout out to Karashida. A big shout out to Braden. Shout out to Anna. A big shout out to Carlene. Shout out to Cassia. A big shout out to Arisin. A big shout out to El Ali. A big shout out to Ray Hill. A big shout out to Arui. Shout out to Claire. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to OK. Shout out to Rowan. Shout out to Francesca. Guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you. Hope we are all having fun because I'm having fun here. Let's go. Please, let's like and subscribe. 2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds, please. Like and sub and go to the comment section very quickly. Quickly. Ah, Mayflower. Oh, long time. I've missed you. Oh, where have you been? Guys, let's like and sub, then go to the comment section as it is hot. A big shout out to Kali. A big shout out to Missy. A big shout out to Ava. Shout out to Jody. A big shout out to Sekita. A big shout out to Mr. Me. A big shout out to Ava. A big shout out to Missy. Shout out to Rolling. A big shout out to Mango. A big shout out to Ava and Eva. A big shout out to Joy. A big shout out to Asakakia. A big shout out to Island. Shout out to Aubrey. A big shout out to Jocelyn. Shout out to Neva. Shout out to Langan. A big shout out to him.
I finished.
A big shout out to Josie, Jocelyn. A big shout out to Haley. Shout out to Kennedy. Shout out to Claire. Shout out to Kimberly. Shout out to Hahi. Let's go. Guys, let's take the like up. Let's go like and sub. Let's like and subscribe. 2 seconds, please. We don't waste time here. We don't waste time. We don't waste time here. 2 seconds, please. 2 seconds. You like and you sub. You like and sub. Then go to the comment section. Drop your names back to back. Let's go.
Yes, C.
I didn't do C.
C is 10. Now 3/4 equals to C/16.
I only did half.
Are we ready?
I did half of it.
Are we ready?
Why did you do half?
Yeah, please like and sub. Are we ready? Put your names on the comment section back to back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a big shout out to Josie. Shout out to Han. A big shout out to Phoebe. A big shout out to Sammy. A big shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Tiara. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Kenley. A big shout out to Tia.
We'll come back to it.
A big shout out to Chloe.
Just
let's go.
You know the
a big shout out to.
Just put star on question E.
A big shout out to Rowan.
After that, go ahead.
Let's go. A big shout out to Eric.
Question F, I got
shout out to
3.
Star. Shout out to Zarifa. A big shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Eric. A big shout out to Christian. Shout out to Aliyah Badi. Clock it. A big shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to Kiki.
Okay.
A big shout out to Willow. A big shout out to Rowan.
Okay.
A big shout out to Misty.
Okay.
Question I.
Let's go.
You said, what did you say for I?
3.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, that one is correct.
A big shout out to Tay Tay. Shout out to Adasin.
5.
Okay, that one is
Let's
correct.
go, guys.
Question M.
Let's go.
The question M can it be 3?
Yeah,
Let me
please, let's go
see.
like
Yeah.
and sub. Let's go, let's go, let's
No,
go.
it can't be 3. You missed it somewhere.
Oh.
Yeah. Question N.
Okay, a big shout out to
3.
Ellie. A big shout out to Gracine.
It can't
Shout
be
out
3.
to
So look
Rowan.
at F,
A big shout out to
F, no,
Ritika.
E, F,
Shout out to Kennedy. Shout out
N,
to
M, N, E,
Kara.
F, M, N.
Shout out to Rowan. A big shout out to
EFMN.
Yes. Look
Tori.
at those ones
Shout
for
out
girls.
to
FMN.
Kara. A big shout out to Erika. A big shout out to Kennedy. Shout out to Petra. A big shout out to Rowan. You don't mute. Pride. You don't mute.
No.
A big shout out to
Don't mute,
Aria.
sir. Don't mute.
Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Nora. Shout out to Kara. A big shout out to Kennedy. A big shout out to Paisley. Shout out to Abigail. Shout out to CJ. Shout out to Conrain. Shout out to Abigail. Shout out to Alisa. Shout out to Paisley. A big shout out to Alisa.
Maya,
Let's go. Please put your name on the comment
you
section.
take those ones home as an assignment, okay?
Let's like and sub. Thank you so much.
So I'll see you on. Yes.
Guys, let's go like and subscribe.
Bye.
Thank you. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Let's go, 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 go. Okay. Yeah, a big shout out to... Yeah, a big shout out to Luna. A big shout out to Marie. Shout out to Clara. A big shout out to Teria. Shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Jax. Shout out to Teria. Shout out to Lilith. A big shout out to Lover. Shout out to Novali. Shout out to Jack. A big shout out to Hazley. Shout out to Copper. A big shout out to Shot. A big shout out to Kane. Kane said, Kane, I draw you. Thank you. Thank you for drawing me. A big shout out to Brainer. Shout out to Lisa. Slay. Shout out to Slay. Shout out to Brainer. Somebody said he drew me. A big shout out to Manavis. Shout out to Ken Viona. A big shout out to Zori. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Felix. A big shout out to Nevada. Nevada. A big shout out to Grace. A big shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Ion Jean. Shout out to Alyssa. Shout out to Lily. Let's go. A big shout out to Molly. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Kayla. Shout out to IN. A big shout out to Juliana. A big shout out to Anne. A big shout out to Paisley. Shout out to Luciana. Shout out to Molly. A big shout out to Sam. Thank you. You are so cute. Thank you, gorgeous. A big shout out to Shang Beam. Guys, please let's take the a big shout out to Aria. Sorry. Ira, sorry. Guys, please let's go like and subscribe. Just 2 seconds, so we'll be able to do that. Let's go like and sub, and then you drop your names on the comment section. Please, 2 seconds. Let's like and sub. 2 seconds, please. Guys, let's go like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Let's do that really quick. Then go to the comment section. Oh my days. As quickly as possible. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Then drop your names on the comment section. I give you a shout out back to back, back to back, back to back. Don't just type it once. You know, as just keep doing it back to back till I give you a shout out, please. Please, 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 back to back. I give you a shout out, guys. Yeah. If you have liked and you have subscribed, go to the comment section quickly. Go to the comment section quickly and and um and drop your names. Yeah, are we ready now? Are we ready? Let's go. Yeah, a big shout out to Lassie. A big shout out to Amelia. I'm not saying names, guys. Let's go. A big shout out to Rowan. Shout out to Lassie. Shout out to Happy Canas Day. A big shout out to Madison. Shout out to Shahed. Shout out to Rowan. Shout out to Lassie. Shout out to Arlene. Shout out to Madison. Shout out to Nava. Shout out to Alisa. A big shout out to Mary C. Hello. A big shout out to Adeline. A big shout out to KK. Shout out to happy birthday to you. A big shout out to Dino. Shout out to Neva. A big shout out to KK. A big shout out to Kenny. Hi. A big shout out to Asini. Let's go. Let's go like and sub. Thank you. And drop your names. A big shout out to your mommy, Julie, and Kenda. A big shout out to Alone. A big shout out to Now. Let's go. Please drop your names back to back so I give you a shout. Yeah, a big shout out to Tammy. A big shout out to Indica. A big shout out to Bracing. Shout out to Lily. A big shout out to Nene. Shout out to Mary Ciolo. A big shout out to Indy. A big shout out to Nevada. Shout out to Hello. A big shout out to Trinidad and Tambogo. Let's go. A big shout out to... Please, let's drop our names back to back, please. No stopping. A big shout out to Adi. A big shout out to Owen. Shout out to Avaline. Shout out to Now. Shout out to Sabi. Shout out to Tambogo. Shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Natalie. Shout out to Sidley. A big shout out to Morgan. A big shout out to Tempest. A big shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Lavana. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Lindsay. A big shout out to Lassie. Shout out to Natalie. Shout out to Rehagan. A big shout out to Faith. Shout out to Austin. A big shout out to Nice Heart. Guys, 2 seconds. Let's like and let's subscribe. Please, let's go like and sub. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Just 2 seconds is okay to do that. Please, let's like and sub. Then go to the comment section and drop your names back to back, please. 2 seconds, please. Yeah, just 2 seconds. You like, and you sub, 2 seconds, you like and you sub, then go to the comment section back to back. I'll give you a shout, okay? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's put our name on the comment section. Let's go. A big shout out to St. Combs. A big shout out to Caleb. A big shout out to Destiny. A big shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Destiny. A big shout out to Link. Shout out to Rihan. Shout out to Rihanna. Shout out to Faith. A big shout out to Irene. Shout out to Rian. A big shout out to Alexa. Shout out to Zoe. A big shout out to Zara. Shout out to Tareen. A big shout out to Yusuki. Shout out to Pansy. Shout out to Love. A big shout out to Anga. Shout out to Timmy. Shout out to Sadi. Shout out to Lassie. A big shout out to Gay. Shout out to Hona. A big shout out to Rayam. Shout out to Love. A big shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Simra. Shout out to Tareen. A big shout out to Make. A big shout out to Ava. Shout out to Angel. A big shout out to Abba. Back to back, guys. Back to back. No stopping. Back to back. Put your names on the comment section. Back to back. Let's go like and sub. If you have like and sub, your names on the comment section. Back to back. A big shout out to Averi. Shout out to Imran. Shout out to Ray. Shout out to Victoria. A big shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Talisha. Shout out to Julie. Shout out to Link. Shout out to Now. A big shout out to Rex. A big shout out to Rira. Shout out to Julie. Shout out to Katseye. A big shout out to Simran. Let's go. A big shout out to Bang Chang. A big shout out to 14. Shout out to Pansy. A big shout out to Felix. Shout out to He. A big shout out to Skodine. Shout out to Kiria. Shout out to Penny. A big shout out to ZB1166. Let's go back to back. A big shout out to Ferrami. Shout out to Adaline. Shout out to John. Shout out to Instant Indian. A big shout out to John. Shout out to 14. A big shout out to Adaline. Shout out to Lennon. A big shout out to Pennywise, the dancing clown. A big shout out to Eva. Guys, let's put our names down. A big shout out to Aubrey. Guys, let's go. Please, let's go. Subscribe and like. 2 minutes. Then go back to the comment section. Back to back. Back to back. Back to back. Back to back. Please, let's go like. Let's take the like up to 350. Let's say the like up to 50. Yeah, let's do that really quick. It won't take time, please. Let's like and let's subscribe. Please, don't take time. 2 minutes is okay. I mean, 2 seconds. I beg your pardon. Two seconds. Yeah, let's like and sub. Let's like and sub. I want one more like, please. One more like. One more like. Then you put your names on the comment section back to back. I give you a shout. Guys, let's go. Are we ready? Are we ready? A big shout out to Pennywise. A big shout out to Art. A big shout out to Us. A big shout out to B. Shout out to Peter Griffey. Shout out to Tilly. A big shout out to Kimira and Kaza. A big shout out to Given. A big shout out to Alisa. Shout out to Pansy. A big shout out to Paisley. Shout out to Lila. Let's go. A big shout out to Kelly. A big shout out to Ahaz. Let's go. A big shout out to Phoenix. Shout out to Wavelin. A big shout out to Katharina. Shout out to Ivy. Shout out to Rita. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to Melanine. Shout out to Rada. Shout out to Stella. You're welcome. You're welcome, dear. Shout out to Indy. A big shout out to Katarina. Shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Really. You're really pretty. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Charlie. A big shout out to Shaku. Shout out to Mali. Shout out to Caleb. Shout out to Anna. A big shout out to Bianca. Shout out to Shaku. Guys, let's go like and sub. Let's go, 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 go. A big shout out to Abigail. Shout out to Stella. Let's go. A big shout out to Pansy. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Scarlett. Shout out to Haley. Shout out to Anna. A big shout out to Kidney. Shout out to Link. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Erica. A big shout out to Kaylee. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. A big shout out to Amber. Shout out to Anna. Shout out to Ihatemi Life. Shout out to Moi. Please, guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, let's go. Let's like and sub for 2 seconds. Then drop your names on the comment section back to back. Please, let's go like and let's go subscribe. Let's like and sub. Then you drop your names on the comment section back to back. Are you ready? Let's go. Let's go. A big shout out to Morning. Shout out to Candace. Shout out to Paloma. A big shout out to Kaylee. Shout out to Selam and Savannah. Shout out to Claire. A big shout out to Betsy. Shout out to Amelie. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to Livy. Shout out to Refrigerator. Shout out to August. Shout out to Christopher McGarry. Shout out to Malachi. Shout out to Livy. Shout out to Emily. Shout out to Kaylee. Guys, let's go. Drop your name. A big shout out to Safia. A big shout out to again. Guys, please, let's go like and sub. Yeah, put your, let's like and let's subscribe. Shout out to Safia. Shout out to Aya. Shout out to Charlize. Shout out to Makalia. Shout out to Bessie Hurib. Shout out to Billy. Shout out to Charlize. Shout out to Blazy. Shout out to Ethiopia. Shout out to Chrissy. Let's go. A big shout out to Plastic. I saw Buddy. Thank you for subbing, my darling. A big shout out to Rosie. Shout out to Isabel. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Peyton. Shout out to Isabel. Shout out to Jack. A big shout out to Avaka. Shout out to Kaya. Shout out to Avari. Shout out to Kakia. Shout out to Avaka. Shout out to Kat. Shout out to Ishu. Shout out to Brew. Shout out to Jules. Shout out to Taylor. Shout out to Amber Campuzano. A big shout out to Bob. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to Robin. Shout out to Joshua. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Pat. Shout out to Essie. Shout out to Maddie. Hi, Maddie. Hi, besties. A big shout out to Pat. Shout out to Zakia. Shout out to Kehira. Shout out to Jinu. Shout out to Pat. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Please, let's go like and subscribe. Guys, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Just 2 seconds. Let's like and subscribe. Let's like and sub. Guys, let's go. Let's like and subscribe. Then you put your names on the comment section back to back. We are very fast this evening, as you can see. Let's go. Let's go. Let's increase the spirits. Let's like and sub. Let's go and put your names down for shout out. Let's go like and subscribe. 2 seconds. Are we ready? Maddie, how are you, darling? Are we ready? Please, let's go like and subscribe and put your names on the comment section. You look good. Thank you, gorgeous. A big shout out to Zedge. Shout out to Alana. Shout out to Olivia. A big shout out to Helen. Shout out to Paige. Shout out to Alan. Shout out to Alena. Shout out to Cora. Shout out to Action. Shout out to Tommy Roga Bailey. A big shout out to Christine. Shout out to Sumia. Shout out to Katie. Shout out to Hannah. A big shout out to Paige. A big shout out to Mackenzie. A big shout out to Khaleesi. Shout out to Ashley. A big shout out to Gaffit. A big shout out to Annabelle. Shout out to Cassie. Shout out to Paisley. Shout out to Rania. Shout out to Letty Tigu. Shout out to Community. Shout out to Sansha. A big shout out to Susan, Hannah, Tom, May, Caleb, Michael. A big shout out to Willow. Shout out to Anne. A big shout out to Mila. Shout out to Mackenzie. Shout out to Anne. Shout out to Komu. Shout out to Mila. Shout out to Janie. Shout out to Mackenzie. Shout out to Raylan. Shout out to Jefferson. A big shout out to Bahira. A big shout out to Michael. Shout out to Alejandro Fina. Shout out to Asa. Shout out to Savannah. Shout out to Grace. Shout out to Apa. Shout out to Freya. Shout out to Lou. Let's go. Guys, let us like and subscribe. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let's go like and let's subscribe. Yeah, 2 seconds to like and subscribe. Then drop your names on the comment section back to back. You know how we do it. Clock it. Ah. That art does not does not fit you. I don't want it to fit me, okay? I know it doesn't fit me, so don't bother. A big shout out to Shivani. A big shout out to Lily. Shout out to Day. A big shout out to Briley. Shout out to Kingsley. Shout out to Charlize. Shout out to Gray. Shout out to Aliyah. Shout out to Briley. Shout out to Valentina. A big shout out to Dala. Guys, drop your names back to back. Let's go like and subscribe. Thank you. A big shout out to Freya. Shout out to Day Day Day. Shout out to Ima. A big shout out to Nerissa. Shout out to Bahira. A big shout out to Sloan. Shout out to Tessa. Shout out to Save. Shout out to Nahia. Shout out to Simari. Shout out to Fatima. Shout out to Tessa. Shout out to Bahari. A big shout out to Dankuski. Shout out to Rosa Hilamas. Shout out to Lou. A big shout out to Simari. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Nevada. Shout out to Noah. Shout out to Side. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Anna. Shout out to Save. Shout out to Oppo. Shout out to Mirab. Shout out to Savion. Shout out to Amelia. Shout out to Diana. Shout out to Brody. Shout out to Brayley. Shout out to Key. Shout out to Lee. Shout out to Juliana. Guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Then you put your names on the comment section. If you have like and sub, no worries. But if you have not like and sub, guys, please let's go like and sub back to back. Thank you. Please let's go like and subscribe and put your names on the comment section. Thank you. I also create content as well. I don't only go live to give shout out. I create content. You can check out my fashion acts on my videos on my channel. You'll see them. Although I've not been consistent with that, but next month, second week of next month I'll become consistent because I need to do some little training on editing and all of that. So please, guys, stay tuned. Always check on my videos. Yeah, and I also do highlights and highlights I get from the live. Okay, so you can go drop your comments. Keep supporting me. I love you all. Tell your friends, tell your colleagues, tell your daughter, tell your mom, tell your auntie, tell everyone to like and subscribe. Thank you for the love you show me. I love you all. I love you. A big shout out to Rosalina. Let's go. So if you have liked and subscribed, please drop your names. I beg your pardon. If you have liked and subscribed, please drop your names on the comment section back to back. Back to back. I'll give you a shout out. Thank you. A big shout out to Emily. Shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Ivy. Shout out to Mackenzie. A big shout out to Cotton. Shout out to Brayley. Shout out to Ivy. Shout out to Rayleigh. Shout out to Briha. Shout out to Amia. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Shadi. Shout out to Milan. Shout out to Kali. Shout out to Cotton. Shout out to Cairo. Let's go. Put your names on the comment section, guys. Back to back. Get well, Emily and Gilia. Yeah, get well, Emily and Gilia. Okay, I hope you get well soon. A big shout out to Ilario. A big shout out to Luna. A big shout out to Maddie. Shout out to Dalila. Shout out to Juliana. A big shout out to Alina. Shout out to Sok. Shout out to Tom. Shout out to Jaylee. Shout out to Alena. Excuse me. A big shout out to Brayley. Shout out to Safa. Shout out to Tommy. Shout out to Tira. A big shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Rainy. Shout out to Jared. A big shout out to Royal. Shout out to Mark Kinley. A big shout out to Bray. Shout out to Jaylee. Shout out to Anani. Shout out to Brandy. Shout out to Jerome. Shout out to Isabella. Shout out to Lee. Shout out to Jody. Shout out to Adi. Shout out to Lean. Guys, let's go like and sub back to back. Let's do that really quick. 2 seconds, like and subscribe. Then drop your name on the comment section. Back to back. Back to back. Okay? Let's go. You like and you subscribe and you drop your name on the comment section. Let's give you a shout out. A big shout out to Livia. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Grace. Shout out to Alisa. Shout out to London. Shout out to Parana. Shout out to Brely. Shout out to you. I will get it. A big shout out to Lucas. Shout out to Kayla. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Dalila. Shout out to Steven. A big shout out to Madina. Shout out to Ezra. Shout out to Dalila. Shout out to me. Shout out to Yazara. Shout out to Ariala. Shout out to me. Shout out to Mai. Shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Ariala. Shout out to Davion. Shout out to Mario. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Madison. Shout out to me. Shout out to Adi. Shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Azra. Shout out to Yvonne. Shout out to George. Shout out to Zachary. Shout out to Ezra. Shout out to Basley. Shout out to Lavinia. Shout out to Genesis. Shout out to Nila. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to Evelina. Let's go. Shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Max. Shout out to Ima. Guys, let's go like and subscribe back to back. Please, guys, 2 seconds. Click on the like button. Click on the subscribe button. Then put your name on the comment section back to back. Let's give you a shout out. A big shout out to Rachel. Shout out to Brenna. Shout out to Raylan. Shout out to Chase. Shout out to Jaylene. Let's go. I'm not seeing your names. I love you too, darling. Thank you. A big shout out to Alice. Shout out to John. Shout out to Paisley. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to Millie. Shout out to Charlotte. My days, as they say. Let's go, guys. A big shout out to Lila. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Alice. Shout out to Haley. Shout out to Bag. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Omia. Shout out to I love you too. I love you guys. Let's go, guys, back to back. A big shout out to Johnny, Gabby, Maddie, and Adi. A big shout out to Lila. Shout out to Taylor. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Bobiana. Shout out to Ezra. Shout out to Millie. Shout out to Destiny. Shout out to Winter. Shout out to Taylor. Shout out to Kayla. Shout out to Winnie. Shout out to Lassie. Shout out to Bobiana. Shout out to Shout out to Ray. Let's go back to back. Please, let's go like and sub. Oba Tokpe is let's go like and sub. Let's go. Let's go. Then drop your names on the comment section. Back to back. Back to back. Let's drop your names on the comment section. Back to back. Guys, let's go. Let's go. Have we done that? Have we done that? Have we done that? Please put your name on the comment section. Let's go. A big shout out to Salem. I love you too. Melody, I love you. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Phoebe. Shout out to Kata. Shout out to Let me bitch. Okay. I think I'm good. A big shout out to Natalia. Shout out to Salem. Shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Shea. Shout out to Alexi. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Ara. Shout out to Jensen. Shout out to Shia. Shout out to Sadi. Shout out to Zara. Shout out to Alisa. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to a big shout out to Winnie and Race. A big shout out to Sadie. Shout out to Micha. Shout out to Taylor. Shout out to Mika. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Lorena. Shout out to Micha. Shout out to Lee. Shout out to Molly. Shout out to Taylor. Shout out to Kian. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Molly. Shout out to Adi. Shout out to no name. I said back to back. Oh my days. You're buying my energy. Guys, let's use 2 seconds to like and to sub. Guys, please 2 seconds. Let's go like and subscribe. Our saving Lord is good from all ages. Are we ready? Please, let's go like and sub. Let's go, 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 go. Are we ready? We have just 4 more minutes left to end the live. 4 more minutes, please. Then we end the live. Okay? So if you have not subscribed, please let's go sub. Okay? You like? Yeah, you like and you subscribe. Okay? Then go to the comment section back to back because we might not stop till it ends. Yeah, because we might not stop till it ends. I love you too, Laila. Please, let's go like and subscribe. If you have not sub, I go live every day. Yeah, I go live every day. Shout out, Freya. Yeah, draw me, Freya, if you want to draw. Yeah, I go live every day. So if you're not subbing, yeah, you won't see me. If you didn't sub, you won't see me. Okay, I also create content aside going live. I'm a streamer, yes, I know. But I also create content. Okay, let's have a look and encourage. Yeah, encourage and support. So we have less than 3 minutes to end the live now, which is good. So are we ready? Have we done that? Please, if we are ready, let me know. Yeah, have we like and sub? Yeah, if you have like and sub, just put your name down now, please. A big shout out to Ashley. Shout out to Millie. Shout out to Arush. Shout out to Timothy. Shout out to Sam. Shout out to Millie Bobby Brown. Oh, that name. A big shout out to Anna. Shout out to Zuba. Shout out to Jane. Shout out to Azaria. Shout out to Leila. I love you, Jeremy. Shout out to Timothy. Shout out to Jane. Shout out to Leila. Shout out to Millie Bobby Brown. Shout out to Stephen Harrison. A big shout out to Freya. Shout out to Zachariah. Shout out to Queen. Shout out to Natalie. A big shout out to Michael. A big shout out to Ailey. Shout out to Saya. Shout out to Iris. Shout out to Sawyer. Shout out to Finn Wohard. We have 2 more minutes to go. Guys, let's do this. Drop your names back to back. Let me give you a shout out. A big shout out to Sydney Gillam. Shout out to Mia. Shout out to Janice. Shout out to Holy Wheeler. Shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Noah. Shout out to Janice. Shout out to Maya. A big shout out to Oli Wheeler. A big shout out to Isla. Shout out to Beyonce. Shout out to Sydney Gilliam. Shout out to Kazia. Shout out to Kuma. Shout out to Donald Trump. Shout out to Mark Mayfield. Shout out to Kiskria. Shout out to Emilia. Shout out to Helly. Shout out to Leila. Shout out to Broad. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Anna. Shout out to me. Shout out to Noah Champ. Shout out to Kate. Shout out to Lauren. Shout out to Leanne. Shout out to your mom. Shout out to Kate. Shout out to me. Shout out to Katria. Shout out to Liran. Shout out to shout out to Beth. Shout out to Moha. Girl Softballs. Shout out to Layla. Shout out to Muhel. Shout out to me. Kiki, do you? Yes, I love everyone. Shout out to Karen. Shout out to Simena. Shout out to Harley. Shout out to Tasmi. Shout out to Slay Queen. Shout out to Tammy. Shout out to Lega. Shout out to Mike Monua. Shout out to Elisa. Shout out to Mia. Shout out to Lila. Shout out to Iga. Shout out to Stranger Teen. Shout out to Lega. Shout out to Matilda. Shout out to Labubu. Shout out to Stranger Thing. Shout out to Leah. Shout out to Labubu. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to... Guys, it's time to go. Thank you so much. Clap for me. I did absolutely well. Clap for me. If you don't clap for me, I'll clap for myself. Clap for me. Clap for me. Thank you so much, guys. You all are amazing. I love you all. Thank you for everything, for coming. I will see you guys tomorrow. It was fun and I enjoyed myself. I hope you do enjoy yourself as well. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much for everything. Guys, I love you all. Now, I'll be leaving now. Please, if you have not subscribed, guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, I will definitely see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you so much. And I hope you have a lovely night rest, lovely night sleep. Lo, 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 lo. Clock it. Shout out to Zidane. Zidane, you're welcome. Please go like and subscribe. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. You want me to make akba?
How many did you
Or seko, right? 19. A big shout out to Athena. Guys, should we carry on? Let's go. A big shout out to Kathy. Okay, let me add 5 more minutes.
extra 1 hour?
Should I add extra 1 hour? Do you want us to add extra 1 hour for this shout out? If you agree. A big shout out to Abigail. Shout out to Skibidi. Shout out to Azira. Shout out to Autumn. Shout out to Abigail. Shout out to Bristol Wilson. Shout out to Kendra. Shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Skibidi. Shout out to Abigail. Shout out to Azaria. Shout out to Remy. Shout out to Atik. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to Kate. Shout out to Kate. Shout out to Alisa. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Alisa. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Lisa. Yeah, guys, let's go. Let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Remy. Shout out to Poppy. Shout out to Article. Shout out to Love. Shout out to happy birthday to you, darling. A big shout out to Rose. Shout out to Poppy. Shout out to Remy. Shout out to Toby. A big shout out to Love. Shout out to Tia. Shout out to Asa. Shout out to Love. Shout out to London. A big shout out to Article. Shout out to Natasha. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Article. Shout out to Stranger Thing. Shout out to Linda. Shout out to London. Shout out to Rowan. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Vaz. Shout out to Brooklyn. A big shout out to Apazima. Shout out to Meiti. Shout out to Natasha. A big shout out to Alima. Shout out to Zidane. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Apazima. A big shout out to May. A big shout out to Kat. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Officer. Shout out to Natasha. Shout out to Madeline. Shout out to Val. Shout out to Natasha. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Skibidi. Shout out to Luna. Shout out to Jessa. Shout out to Cam. Ren. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Kat. Kayedli. Shout out to Makila. Shout out to Jessa. Shout out to Jenny. Shout out to Vaz. Shout out to Kalista. Shout out to Taz. Let's go. 30, Pride. 30. A big shout out to Audrey. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Tessa. Shout out to Mai. Shout out to Maria. Shout out to Sissy. A big shout out to Nasi. Shout out to Fairway. A big shout out to Azaria. Shout out to Gigi. Shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Sissy. Shout out to Love. Shout out to Tesba. Shout out to This. Shout out to Jasmine. Shout out to Freedom. Shout out to Myla. Let's go. A big shout out to Alima. Guys, let's go like and sub. We have 1 more minute to go. Let's go. Let's go like and sub. 2 minutes, 2 seconds to like and sub. Guys, let's go like and sub. Yeah, give me just 5 seconds. I want to do something. 5 seconds, just 5 seconds. Just wait. If you ain't yo. Yeah, 5 seconds. Guys, if you have not like and sub, let's go like. Yeah, guys, I'm back. Thank you. Guys, I'm back. Thank you for waiting for me. I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, if we like and subscribe, thank you so much. Yeah, please. Yeah, guys, have we like and subscribe? Thank you so much. I think we have, this is, I'll just wait till 12 o'clock. So we have 10 more minutes if it's 12 o'clock. I think that is what I will do. Guys, please, let's go subscribe, please. Thank you. Okay, then you drop your names. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Please drop your names on the comment section. Let me use this phone to call out your names, okay? Where are we? Okay, so guys, are we ready? I'm calling out your names now. Put your names on the comment section back to back. A big shout out to Skylar, shout out to Fatu, shout out to Jay, shout out to Jordan, shout out to Francis, shout out to Dalida and Sophia, shout out to Yimani, shout out to Jordan, shout out to Sky, shout out to Millie Bobby Brown, a big shout out to Dalida, a big shout out to Mani, shout out to Anna, shout out to Ariana Grade. Guys, put down your names. That's all. You said my name right. Oh, thank God for that. I need to dance. A big shout out to Ariana Grade. Shout out to Lily. Shout out to Remy. Shout out to Jessa. Shout out to Aliana. Shout out to Britain. Shout out to Billy. Shout out to Ava. Shout out to Jessa. Shout out to Natalie. Shout out to Braylee. Shout out to Rig. Remy Joe. Shout out to Lillian. Hannah, thank you, Anna. A big shout out to Georgia. Shout out to Michael Jackson. Shout out to Cray. Shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Gion. Shout out to Ariana. Shout out to Millie Bobby Brown. Shout out to Lexi. A big shout out to Cray. Shout out to Leila. Oh my days. It's not coming. Shout out to Maisie. Shout out to Victoria. Shout out to Beatrice. Shout out to Summer. Shout out to Stella. Shout out to Joplin. Shout out to Finn Woo Hard. Shout out to Maddie. Shout out to Eliana. Shout out to Tito Jackson. Thank you, Anna. A big shout out to Ida Sin. Shout out to Novaline. Shout out to Jayla. Shout out to Nina. Shout out to Ali. Shout out to Noah. Shout out to Lee. Shout out to Ima. Shout out to Beatrice. Shout out to Felicity. Shout out to Zoe. Shout out to Nova. Shout out to Camila. Shout out to Addison. Shout out to Leila. Shout out to Kathleen. Why am I laughing? Yeah, some people are very funny on the comment section. That's why I'm laughing. They're writing funny things. A big shout out to Jesse. Shout out to Derek. Shout out to Aria. Shout out to Guliana. Shout out to Shana. Shout out to Ali. Shout out to La. Shout out to Adre. Shout out to Aria. Shout out to Soma. A big shout out to Zoe. Shout out to Michael Jackson. Shout out to Aria. Shout out to Natasha. Shout out to Mango Zata. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Bunny. Shout out to Masli J. Jimja. Shout out to Meal. Shout out to Yusuf. Shout out to Benny. Shout out to Meilana. Shout out to Natalia Dreyer. Shout out to Olivia. Shout out to Melody. Shout out to Malani. Shout out to Nova. Shout out to Bree. Shout out to Patricia and Felicity. Guys, all right, can we call it a day? Yeah, shall we call it a day? Shout out to Sovi. Shout out to Camdale. Shout out to Sovi. Shout out to Jasin. Shout out to Saria. Shout out to Well. Shout out to Amara. Happy birthday to you, Amara. Shout out to Sri. Siri. Shout out to Averi. Shout out to Jackson. Shout out to Sophia. Shout out to Sky. Happy birthday, Lily. Shout out to Ivy. Guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we will call it a wrap from here. Then tomorrow we carry on. I'll miss you all. Thank you for your time. Yeah, please, if you have not subscribed, please let's go sub. Yeah, if you have any question for me, you are free to ask now because I'm ending now. If you have any question, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe because I'll be here again tomorrow. Yeah, and it's always fun. Thank you, JJ. Said I'm pretty. Thank you. Agree. People said they agree. Can we go to sleep? Yeah, can we go to sleep now? Yeah, let's go to sleep, guys, right? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for your time. I will miss you all. I love you. I love you so much. Bye, guys. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. So I'll be leaving soon. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Best days for life. Yeah, guys, let's go subscribe. Oh, 11 days. 11 days said I subscribe. Thank you so much. Okay, all right, dear. Yeah, bye, darlings.
For me, I can do this thing. I forget.
Where's there?
Just give my phone.
Collins, happy birthday to you, Collins. Jeremiah Young. I like your hair. Thank you. Riva Mackenzie. Naya. Sarah. Amara. Please, guys, let's subscribe. Tomorrow, I'll definitely see you tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, it was a nice day for me. Yeah, please let's go subscribe so that you can see me tomorrow. And yeah, we keep doing what we are doing. Yeah, make people happy. Yeah, I also feel special. I love you all, guys. Please, sweet dreams. Yeah, and take good care of yourself. You look like my mom. I look like someone's mom. How do they say, what a nice thing. What a nice thing to say. I look like someone's mom, guys. I look like someone's mom. Clock it. Hope you won't see me on the road one day and call me mommy and say, Mom. I'll be like, ooh, not me. Not me. Lexi. All right, guys, I'll be leaving now. Please, if you have not subscribed, please let's go subscribe. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We shall always fight for our right. Blah, 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 blah. Javia. Hi, Javia. A big shout out to Cameron. Guys, I'm sorry I have to leave the live. Yeah, I want to leave as well. A big shout out to Mila. I subbed and like. I am a big fan. Wow, you're so massive. A big fan. Thank you so much. Super much. Thank you super much. A big shout out to Maria. Guys, please let's go subscribe. Yeah, tomorrow is gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be great again. Yeah. If you don't subscribe, you might not see me. So yeah, let's go subscribe so I can give you a shout out tomorrow and make your day beautiful. Marakari. I subbed and it's like Marakari. Do you mean I look like Marakari? Why am I looking looking like people? Yeah, I really look like a lot. Yeah, people, popular people. And a big shout out to Aminata. Shout out to Jaga. Shout out to Caroline. Shout out to Madeline. Shout out to Harmony. Yeah, guys, let's go like and subscribe. Yeah, guys, let's subscribe. Tomorrow will be a good day. Yeah, let's hope so. And when you're sleeping, yeah, sleep well. We'll definitely see you tomorrow. Shout out to Jordan, Catalina. Oh, oh, Helly, Alan, Logan. Guys, please let's go subscribe. Please let's subscribe back to back. I know it's time, but I'll soon end the live, guys. Please let's subscribe. It's always beautiful here, always nice. You see me yawning now. I'm yawning and yeah, I need to get to bed. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sadie, I love you too. Yeah, someone said I love you. Not Sadie. Thank you so much. I love you too. Guys, I'll be leaving, but I will leave the live. I will leave my phone. Okay, I'll leave my phone, but I'll leave the live now. I'll just mute and I'll be back in some minutes. Yeah, I'll leave the live. I'll just mute. Okay, because I'm still awake. So when I want to go to bed, I'll just turn it off. If that is okay. Yeah, guys, please let's go subscribe, okay? I'm coming. Yeah, just give me few minutes. Give me few minutes, I'll be back. Few minutes. Yeah, guys, let's go like and sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Thanks for your time. Yeah, thank you. Jovi, how are you, Jovi? Yeah, I hope you're good. No, Jovi, you're not late. Don't worry. You're not late. Oh, you got a new hamster. Wow, that's nice. Yeah, it's late already here. I don't know if you can see my eyes. It's late night. Light out. Oreo. Yeah, Oreo is a nice name. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Hi, Mali. Okay, bye. Yeah, I have to sleep too. Yeah, it is midnight here. That's why the screen is dark. So it's midnight. Clock it. Bye, guys. See you later. Sweet dreams.